Give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Yagi's story. Izuku Yagi, formerly known as Yagi, is a boy with a unique quirk called Titan, which allows him to transform into various Titan forms, each requiring emotional triggers or training to unlock. His transformations include the Attack Titan, which he first accessed through intense feelings of rage and despair, granting him regenerative abilities and raw strength. Other forms include the War Hammer Titan, which he unlocked through weapon training, and the Beast Titan, accessed during moments of extreme hopelessness. He also possesses the Colossal Titan, known for its immense size and explosive transformation, and the Jaw Titan, which enhances his speed and jaw strength. Izuku's family includes his father, Toshinori Yagi, All Might, his mother, Inko Yagi, Psystorm, his sister, Izumi Yagi, Shockwave, and his daughter, Eri Yagi. His behavior is often cold and uncaring towards those he doesn't trust, but he is kind and reliable to his loved ones. He enjoys spending time with Eri, his friends, and indulging in donuts, while he dislikes fake heroes and those who have wronged him. In a world where women dominate the population, men like Izuku are often marginalized. Quirks are prevalent, with 95% of the population possessing them, while the quirkless face severe discrimination. Izuku, being part of this minority, navigates a challenging environment where he is often treated poorly due to his gender and lack of a quirk. At 6 years old, Izuku reflects on his life, feeling like an outcast in a world that values conformity. He tends to his wounds, both physical and emotional, inflicted by those he once considered friends, including Katsumi Bakugo, who possesses the explosive quirk, and Shoka Todoroki, who can control ice and fire. His sister, Izumi, can create shockwaves, but each of their powers comes with significant drawbacks. Despite the challenges he faces, Izuku is determined to rise above the prejudice and become the world's first male hero, proving that strength comes in many forms. Katsumi, Oi Deku? Izuku, why is Kaken dash? Katsumi, what's your worthless arse doing on our territory? Huh? Izumi/Shoka, yeah, Deku/Iken. Izuku, oh you my arm. Wait, territory? What territory? It's not marked, is it? Oh no, I've upset Kaken. Think of an excuse, Izuku. Think. Starts to cry. Izuku, I sorry, Kaken, I didn't know, please forgive me. Katsumi, EW, ice little Deku crying like the little beach he is? Boom boom boom. Izuku, crying hard now, please stop, Kaken, it hurts please. Katsumi, never, you quirkless sheet. You step on my territory, you pay the price. Boom 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 boom. Izumi and Shoka join in, Izumi flicking her fingers to send shockwaves and Shoka hesitantly using her ice and fire to freeze and burn him. Time skip till after beating. Still Izuku's POV. Izuku, DMN, it hurts. I got a few burns on my arms and legs and some frostbite. One of my fingers is twisted, possibly broken. I'm out of supplies. I'll have to restock and get some herbs from the forest. As he moves toward the forest, he hears faint explosions in the distance. Being the hero lover that he is, he went to see what was happening. As he got closer, he saw a hero and a villain in combat. To be specific, his favorite hero, the #1 hero, All Might, and the villainess, Taproot. The villain's quirk allowed her to manipulate the roots from plants and trees to her will, even making armor and weapons out of them. She had caused chaos and destruction, claiming she couldn't control her desires. As Izuku saw who was fighting, he immediately ran away, not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. But it was too late. They had both unleashed their super moves and were about to collide. All Might, Detroit. Taproot, Forest. Wind picked up, and trees wiggled and jumped out of the ground. All Might/Taproot, Smash/Evergreen. Trees and wind collided, causing logs and splinters to fly, air currents so fast they cut through trees. Izuku managed to get out of the way with minimal damage and watched as the villainess was caught and arrested. Izuku, what were they thinking? They could have killed me. He limped away in a huff but stopped when he heard multiple snapping and cracking noises. He turned to see multiple trees falling his way. Izuku, oh! Thud thud thud. They all landed on him, causing immense pain. Izuku, blood and bile spilled from his mouth as he tried to push himself out. He couldn't. He was too weak. He started thinking about all the times he had been beaten, all the insults, the torture. He clenched his fists. All he could feel was rage, pure, unbridled rage. He tried to get up and push the log back again. He still couldn't. But he couldn't stop. No, he wouldn't stop. He had to confront all the villains that had done this to him. He wanted revenge. He wanted justice. He wanted to be a hero. He was so caught up in the memories that he didn't see the black thunderclouds starting to form above him. People passing by and All Might stared at the accumulating clouds. But Izuku didn't know that. He didn't care. All he could think about was the pain and suffering he had endured. He wanted it to stop. Stop, stop, stop. Thunder struck Izuku's body as he was trapped. Suddenly, gigantic bones started forming around him, muscles, fibers, flesh, all growing around him like massive armor. He lifted the logs off his now enormous body and saw how he was regenerating at a faster rate than he had ever seen before. He stood up, towering at 15 feet high. Barely keeping his consciousness, he looked into the sky and roared. Then he blacked out. Time skip. Izuku's POV. Izuku, WWRMI? I remember being trapped and then. Where's the pain? He tried to look around but only saw black. The young boy turned and twisted, trying to see something but got the same result. As he stopped, a flood of memories crashed into his head all at once. Izuku groaned, what the hell was that? Memories flashed and he started piecing the puzzle together. Izuku, so I grew a massive body and now I'm all good? He felt something covering his eyes, so he grabbed and pulled it off. As he tugged, the object peeled away, giving him his sight back. He seemed to be in a place of muscle and flesh, with some tendrils stuck to parts of his body. He started to panic. Everything was so sudden and claustrophobic. Spots appeared in his vision. His breathing quickened and became shallow. He needed to get out now. Izuku immediately ripped one of his arms out of the mess of flesh, making a wet sloshing sound as he did so. Tendril after tendril was torn away, limb after limb removed. After he had removed the last piece of flesh, the body started to emit steam and became unbearably hot. He had to get out of there. Sweat dripped down his face as he looked for the piece of wood that had once been inside him. Frantically looking around, he saw a blood-stained piece of wood underneath a pile of ravaged fibers that he somehow hadn't noticed before. Using the sharp end of it, he created a hole just big enough for a child and jumped out. He fell for a few seconds before rolling on the ground, taking a deep breath of fresh air, savoring the smell of clean air instead of the metallic scent he had experienced moments before. Looking back at where he had just jumped out, he saw something that would fuel his nightmares for years. A monstrous creation. He jumped back in surprise and fear, staring incredulously at the entity. Before him, Izuku stammered, "Did I do this? Is this my quirk? But the doctor said I was quirkless. How did I?" His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. He knew he had only a few seconds before multiple heroes arrived. I need to hide. Come on, think. Where to hide? He urged himself. Scanning the area, he spotted a bush slightly bigger than him. After a final glance, he decided it was his only option. Just as he concealed himself, the heroes arrived. All Might, Midnight, Present Mike, and Eraserhead. Izuku let out a breath of relief as he watched the heroes assess the titan in front of them. What the hell is this? They wondered aloud. Suddenly, the titan began to steam and disintegrate before their eyes. The heroes took battle stances, ready for a fight, while Izuku looked on in awe at what he had done. That was so cool. Can I do that again? Why did it steam? Why am I so tired? He muttered to himself. As the steam cleared, all 5 of them saw nothing. No monster, no villain, no residue. Hey, isn't that Aninem, Sho, and Zashi? What are they doing here? he thought as the heroes searched for any evidence or civilians but found nothing. Once they left, Izuku emerged from his hiding spot and started walking home. Why did I even come here? Oh right, my wounds, he remembered, looking down at his body and patting himself. What? Where are my wounds? Did they regenerate when I transformed? And how did I transform? Meh, I'll figure it out tomorrow. It's getting late, and I have to cook dinner again. As he arrived home, he heard his mother, Inko, crying at the front door, checking over Izumi. My baby girl, did anything happen? Are you hurt? Do you need to go to the hospital? Inko asked, her voice filled with concern. No, I'm fine. Don't worry so much, I have a powerful quirk. I can't be beaten, Izumi replied, making sound effects and poses as she played. Izuku sighed as he entered the house, expecting some acknowledgement but receiving none. Wait, when did I start to cuss? Is it a drawback of my quirk? He wondered. He quickly retreated to his bedroom, which was more like a closet. It contained a mattress and sheets, both stained, a bin overflowing with used napkins and towels, and a shelf stocked with medical supplies. For the past 2 years, he had to steal food and supplies from the medical cabinet to survive, often getting caught and receiving lectures about being greedy. Stupid cow, she doesn't feed me anyway. If it weren't for my IQ of 238, I would have been a goner by now, he thought bitterly. Trying to forget those thoughts, he focused on how to activate his quirk again. As he began to calm down, he fell asleep. 2 years had passed since that fateful day, and now Izuku was 8 years old. He had learned how to turn into his Titan form, but not the one from the forest incident. In a flashback from a year ago, Izuku sat under a tree, contemplating how to trigger that transformation again. So I've tried everything. Thinking of a purpose, recalling past hateful events, regret. All I remember is that I was impaled by a tree. I have to hurt myself, don't I? Well, if I have to hurt myself, I can only do a small cut on my finger. I can't afford a bigger wound. He ventured deep into the forest, far from prying eyes, determined to find something sharp to give himself a cut on the back of his hand. As he looks around, he finds many things: medicinal herbs, a stick for bow staff training, and finally a sharp rock. As the cold rock touches his skin, he tries to replicate what happened that day. Izuku thinks, okay, checklist. Wound, check. Hateful thoughts, check. Bandages and herbs in case it goes wrong? Check. Phew, here we go. He takes a deep breath and closes his eyes, trying to remember the years of torment and regret that no 8-year-old should have to bear, neglect, discrimination, all of it. He wanted to stop it. His eyes open, and his arm swings down. Lightning cracks and falls as he does so. He sees the same sight he saw a month ago: bones, muscles, flesh, skin, all surrounding him like a protective shell. Once the sounds stop, he opens his eyes to see all of the flesh again, just as he expected. He feels the rock still in his hand, rips his arms free from their holding place, and removes all the tendrils off of him. After everything is off, he slices a hole big enough to climb through and emerges to see the same scene as last time, the body steaming and disintegrating. Izuku then goes to his quirk analysis journal and writes what he knows so far. Well, so far I have found out I need physical harm and a purpose for the transformation to happen. When I do transform, I go to a place full of tendrils of flesh, but I don't know how to control the Titan form, as I now call it. Features and abilities I know so far are regeneration, massive size, and immense strength, but there seem to be no vocal cords because I can only remember grunts and roars from my first transformation. After trying a few more times, he figures out that he has to sort of fuse his consciousness into the Titan and control it as he would his normal body. He walks and makes more notes on what he can do and what he should learn for the future if he wants to be a hero. He sleeps well that day. Back to present time. It was a good day. He also discovered that he could only enter that form using extreme rage and anguish. He found this out by trying to transform without the memories, resulting in a different Titan. He also learned he could perform a half transformation. After some testing, he realized he could use fighting styles he learned in his original body while in his Titan form, and he could regenerate from his Titan back to his original body. This proved useful after his bullying sessions, courtesy of his sister and her friends. Speaking of his tormentors, here they are. Katsumi, did you see the look on that nerd's face yesterday? I love putting him in his place, it feels good. Izuku clenched his hand so hard that blood seeped out and electricity crackled around his fist. Shoka, I don't know, Katsumi. Aren't we being a bit too harsh on him? Shouldn't we stop? We only did this to prevent him from becoming a hero. Izumi, yeah, I agree with Shoka on this one. Izuku stops clenching his fists and listens, confused. What are they talking about? Trying to stop me? Katsumi, I don't care anymore. Just remember, don't come crying to me when he dies being a quirkless hero. Izumi and Shoka stop arguing and silently agree with Katsumi. Izuku thinks, so they just wanted to protect me. What is wrong with them? I would have died anyway with the way they beat me. And they did this to stop me from being H. His thoughts are interrupted as the three of them enter the room. None of them glance his way, but all three notice the changes in him. The muscles, the lack of emotion, his height. He's 5 feet 5 inches, quite tall for an 8-year-old. It would be a lie to say they didn't find him attractive. But Izuku didn't care about their opinions. Well, maybe Shoka and Izumi, but not Katsumi. She's beyond redemption. Time skipped to the end of the day. Izuku was packing up his things until Katsumi snatched away his quirk analysis journal. He looked up to see the trio of bullies. Katsumi, oh, what's this? Quirk analysis journal number 8 foot? You have 7 more of these? Look, the quirkless nerd is so desperate he's learning everyone else's quirk. Izuku sighed, just give the book back, Bakubu. All 3 girls stopped and looked at him in shock. Katsumi, what did you call me? Izuku stood up, walked in front of her, and looked down to meet her gaze. Izuku, what? I can't speak to you anymore. Kikken was for when we were friends. But we're just strangers, you don't know anything about me. So, give me the book back. The girls looked at him in disbelief, not only because he called Katsumi by her last name but also because he swore. Who is this person? Katsumi, what are you going to do now, nerd? Cry? Go ahead, cry like the weakling you are. Izuku sighed, whatever, just get out of my way. He pushed past her and was about to leave when Katsumi called his name. Izuku, frustrated, what is it now, Bakugo? I have places to be, believe it or not. Katsumi was furious. Scratch that, she had never been so angry in her entire life. Everyone had looked up to her whole life, and now this quirkless boy thinks he can look down on her? Oh no, that's not going to happen. Katsumi, you know there's one way you can get a quirk. Izumi/Shoka, no, don't you say it. Izuku, confused, really? How do? Katsumi, smirks, take a swan dive off a roof and hope to be a girl with a quirk in your next life. Izumi/Shoka, what are you doing? After she said that, something snapped inside of Izuku. His feelings of love and care shattered, leaving him even more emotionless. Izuku sighed, you'll never change, huh? Okay, by then. Big 3, wait, what? Before they could react, Izuku ran and jumped through a window out of the 4-story school. I/S/K, Izuku. They looked out the window to see. Nothing. There was no blood, no body, no crowd. Nothing. They all ran to Izumi's house to see if he went home. With Izuku. Phew, they left. I almost didn't get here on time. You see, after Izuku jumped, he used a grappling gun-type bracelet he liked to call his ODM gear to attach to the side of the school and swing around the corner. Izuku, good thing I moved all my stuff from the house to my den. They won't be able to find me there. I hope they'll find the letter I left, though. During his time training his quirk, he sometimes fell asleep and didn't wake up until morning, so he made a little cabin out of some tree trunks he gathered while in Titan form. Time skip until night. Izuku is lying in bed, looking at the roof of his cabin. Izuku, just you wait. Everyone who looked down on me, who forgot me, I'll show you. I can be a hero. You'll see. Nobody's POV with Inko. We see Izuku Yagi preparing dinner for herself, her husband, and Izumi. All is well until Izumi, Shoka, and Katsumi burst through the door, tears streaming down their faces. Izuku, wow, what happened to you three? Did something happen? Izumi, sniffle, Izuku snapped out of her mother mode. Izuku, yes, princess. Izumi, did Izuku get back yet? Izuku, Izuku? Who's Izuku? Oh no, that's my son. I'm a horrible mother. Starts to cry, and no, did something happen to him? At that very moment, Toshinori decided to walk into the house. He saw the four girls crying and went over to comfort them. Toshi, hey, I'm here. What happened? The four described what had happened to Izuku over the years, the torture and the neglect. Toshi, crying, what have I done? Where is he now? Izumi, crying, that's why we were rushing in. We saw him jump out a window and disappear. Toshi, what, disappear? Is all for one a part of this? Don't worry, I'll call some friends and we'll go look for him. Okay, princess? Izumi, why ya? Time skip. All, you did what? In the kitchen were pro-heroes Midnight, Present Mike, Eraserhead, the Todoroki and Puga families, and Nezumi. All, how could you do that to him? They had just found out everything the Yagis, Shoka, and Katsumi did to the little boy. Izumi starts to cry again. Didn't want him to die, but he still wanted to be a hero, and we couldn't think of a better way. Shoka/Katsumi, Waya/aha. Eraserhead, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Ever heard of me? When my quirk drawback occurs, I fight quirkless for goodness sake. If anything, you should have taught him some self-defense or something, anything other than what you did. She pointed at the two senior Yagis with such venom that a snake would be jealous. Eraserhead, I am disgusted and ashamed to be related to you. Don't ever try to contact me again. I don't want to be associated with you in any way. If Izuku is somehow alive, he's the only one I'll treat as an equal out of this family. Eraserhead, civilian name, Shota Aizawa. Quirk, erasure. When an enemy is stared at, their quirk is temporarily erased. Drawback, if used for too long, serious dry eye. Doesn't work on mutant-type quirks. Present Mike, show, calm down. Although what they did was extremely horrible, it's in the past now. We can't change it. Nezumi could be seen with a teacup in her hand, shaking from the extreme anger she was feeling. She glared at Toshinori. If looks could kill, he'd be dead thousands of times. Nezumi, due to what occurred, all three of the children will have their recommendations to UA removed. They will have to go in the traditional way or no way. As for you two. She glared at the two parents, who made motions with their heads, indicating that the kids didn't know they were heroes yet. Nezumi, I'll deal with you later. Nezumi's quirk, high specs, grants the user an enhanced IQ of 280, regardless of species. Nezumi reflected, Izuku was one of the greatest people I have ever seen, heroic, with a golden heart, and an IQ that can rival mine. Everyone was shocked by this revelation. An IQ nearly as high as the person with the best intelligence quirk in the world? How was that possible? Izuku stammered, but how? His reports have always been below average. If he had such an enhanced IQ, shouldn't he be doing better? Katsumi spoke up, I know the reason, Auntie. Everyone turned to her, curious. I was walking back to the classroom to get my pen and overheard some teachers in the staff room talking about Izuku. They said he got another perfect score but had to be marked down because the quirkless trash can't be better than the big three. Everyone, except the Yagis and young children, felt a surge of anger. They had just learned about Izuku's neglect and bullying, and now they discovered he was also a victim of quirk and gender discrimination. Nezumi addressed the group, Enji, Rei, Mitsuki, Toshi, Izuku, I assume the children will be taught a lesson. They all agreed. Eraserhead added, all right, enough of this. Let's go to his room and see if there are any clues about where he might have gone. They made their way to Izuku's room, horrified by what they found. Even seasoned professionals like Endeavor and Eraserhead were taken aback. The room, more like a closet, contained a single mattress that looked like it hadn't been washed in years, a thin sheet stained from attempts to clean it, and had been overflowing with rags and bandages. A shelf was crammed with medical supplies, burn cream, bandages, sterilization cream, and painkillers. The adults were appalled at the Yagis for allowing a child to live in such conditions without noticing or intervening. Eraserhead said, "I'll get Mrs. Tsukachi to check if the blood is his." As she left to explain everything to the detective, the others began searching the room for clues about Izuku's whereabouts. A few minutes later, Midnight called out, "Hey everyone, I found something." Nezumi asked, "What is it?" Midnight replied, "It looks like a journal titled, Life After the 15th of July 2057. Nezumi recalled, "Isn't that when he and Izumi went to get their quirks checked?" Inko nodded, "Yes, he seemed so distant afterward." Endeavor muttered, "Or you were distancing yourself from him." Nezumi took the journal, saying, "I think I see where this is going. I hope I'm wrong. Give it to me, I'll read it to everyone." They all moved to the living room, and Nezumi began reading aloud. Ahem. Log 1. Today's the day I find out my quirk. I hope it's like Mommy's. Telekinesis is so cool. Daddy's is cool too, but he doesn't have as much strength as All Might, so it isn't something to gawk at. I hope I get something good. See ya later. Log 4. It's been a few days since I was diagnosed as quirkless, and everyone's looking at me weirdly, even Mom and Dad. I asked if I could play or study with them, but they always seem to be helping Izumi. I hope things clear up soon. I'm falling behind on homework. See ya later. Log 463. It's been over a year since Bakugo and her friends beat me up. The scars don't look pretty. I'll put some pictures in the journal. Everyone in the room was horrified by the realization of what Izuku had endured. Nezumi continued, "Carry on." Log 478. It happened. I got my quirk. I call it Titan. It makes me turn into a massive humanoid being about 15 meters tall. I'm strong and very loud. The only downsides are that I have to harm my body to activate it, and it consumes a lot of stamina. The group was shocked to learn about his powerful quirk, especially Katsumi, who had thought he was looking down on her. Eraserhead remarked, "Wait, why does that sound so familiar?" Izuku wrote, "You may be wondering how I got a quirk if I was quirkless. Turns out I was just a late bloomer. I was gathering medicinal ingredients in the forest when I saw All Might and the villainous Taproot fighting. I was caught in the crossfire and impaled by a tree." Everyone gasped at the thought of Izuku, the innocent boy, in such a dire situation. He continued, "I was lying there, waiting to die, but then I remembered all the times I was bullied. I tried to pull myself out, and as I saw the thunder accumulating above me, I gave it a final push. I got struck and transformed into my Titan form. As I emerged, All Might, Auntie Nem, Auntie Sho, and Auntie Zashi arrived to see my Titan body steam and disintegrate. It was a fun day. Toshi, Midnight, Eraser, and Mike were astonished that they had been outsmarted by a kid who had just developed his quirk. As Izuku walked home from his daily training, he spotted All Might entering an alleyway. He felt a mix of admiration and confusion. All the adults around him sensed the gravity of the situation, their hearts heavy with concern. Izuku followed All Might, hoping for an autograph, but what he discovered shattered his world. All Might transformed into his father, the man who had neglected him since he was 4. The hero he idolized was now just a facade in his eyes. Everyone in the room was moved to tears, especially Eraserhead, who felt guilty for not noticing the signs earlier. After some discussions, the pros, along with Bakugo and Todoroki, left to put up missing person posters while the Yagi family grieved. Somewhere in the forest, Izuku pondered, "Why am I feeling happy? Must be the feeling of freedom." Izuku lay in bed, contemplating a training regimen to become a vigilante. Katsumi had always told him he would never be a hero, prompting him to explore other options. After researching, he found vigilantism, the art of being a hero while using quirks without a license. Knowing he needed to defend himself without relying on his quirk, he devised a workout plan to enhance his physical capabilities. His schedule included 4:30 to 5 a.m., breakfast and stretches. 5 to 8 a.m., exercise, One Punch Man workout. 8 to 8:30 a.m., rest. 8:30 to 3 p.m., schoolwork. 3 to 6 p.m., martial arts training. 6 to 9 p.m., quirk training. 9 to 4:30 a.m., sleep. Izuku realized he needed a sustainable way to feed himself. He had been hunting wild rabbits but decided to sell blueprints for his inventions through his business, Jaeger Corp. His omnidirectional movement gear was gaining traction, and he had already made a few thousand. Determined to catch up to his peers, who had a 4-year head start, Izuku committed himself to intense training over the next few years. In year 1, he mastered various martial arts and discovered he could create a hardened, crystal-like substance on his body. In year 2, he read extensively on electrics, cooking, and mechanics, upgrading his home with the knowledge he gained. He also learned to harness his Titan form to create weapons from his hardened skin. By year 3, Izuku was honing his skills in capturing and cooking animals, sharpening his senses and preparing himself for the challenges ahead. But after each transformation, his Titan form underwent changes that made him more adaptable to the environment. He shrunk down to 5 meters, his personality becoming more untamed. His muscles bulged and his skull became more pronounced. Jamie was becoming stronger and more prominent. His hair turned blonde, and the bones in his hands expanded, becoming sharper. To say that these changes didn't go unnoticed by Izuku was an understatement. He was overwhelmed with happiness, realizing he now had another Titan form in his arsenal: Basic Titan, Attack Titan, Warhammer Titan, and now the new Jaw Titan. In year 4, he had learned to master how to attack with hardened crystal in any Titan form he had, focusing mainly on the claws and teeth of the Jaw Titan. He combined all his martial arts knowledge to create his own style called A Titan's Fall, which emphasized offense and brute strength. His business was thriving, and his net worth had soared into the billions, though Izuku stopped counting after around $600 million. He even installed solar panels on the roof of his cabin for reliability. One day, while walking home from his weekly shopping trip, Izuku heard a whimper in an alley. He approached the sound and found a little girl, no older than 4, with scarlet red eyes, long silver hair, and a singular horn on her head. Probably a mutation of some sort of quirk, he thought, intrigued. As he slowly walked toward her, she backed away. "Hey there, it's all right." "What's wrong, little one?" he said softly, his caring tone easing her fear. Her expression shifted from fear to grief, and tears streamed down her face as she ran to him and hugged him tightly. "The bad man is coming for me. He said I'm a curse that needs to be lifted," she stammered, becoming increasingly distressed and slipping into a panic attack. Izuku, having experienced similar moments before, knew how to help. "Hey, calm down. Copy me, okay? Big inhale, big exhale, big inhale, big exhale." He guided her through the breathing exercise until her erratic breathing steadied. "What's your name, little one?" he asked gently. "My name is..." she started, but was interrupted by a voice. "Eri, get back here. We have more things to do." Izuku turned to see a middle-aged man with short brown hair and golden eyes, wearing a green coat with a purple fur hood. "Oh, sorry about my daughter, boy. She just ran too far when we were playing tag." "Eri, come here," he commanded, his tone more authoritative than inviting. Eri trembled at his words. "What was that?" Izuku whispered, trying to catch what Eri had mumbled. "He's not my dad," she whispered back, fear evident in her voice. In that moment, Izuku realized the gravity of the situation. This man had taken Eri and instilled such fear in her that she felt safer with him than risking another encounter with someone like him. The thought made Izuku's blood boil. She reminded him of his younger self. "I'm sorry, but Eri can't go home with you today, sir, or should I say overhaul?" Izuku said, confronting the man. "Oh, we have a smart one, do we? Now that you know who I am, you should know what I have to do now," Overhaul replied, revealing his quirk. The ability to deconstruct and reconstruct matter quickly, albeit at a significant stamina cost. As he removed his glove, Izuku took a fighting stance, ready to defend Eri. Overhaul touched the ground, and spikes shot toward them at alarming speed. Izuku hardened his left arm and pushed Eri to the side with his right, punching each spike with his hardened fists, destroying them before they could cause harm. While Overhaul was still in shock that a mere 12-year-old had thwarted his attack, Izuku charged at him and landed a powerful punch to his gut, causing bile to seep from the corner of Overhaul's mouth. Damn it, this kid's strong. I need to finish this quickly, Overhaul thought, placing both hands on the ground and creating a massive pillar of steel that hurtled toward Izuku. Izuku analyzed the situation and realized he needed to transform into the Jaw Titan. Damn it, old man, this is gonna hurt you, he muttered as he raised his hand to his mouth, leaving both Eri and Overhaul confused, the latter particularly irritated by being called old. Izuku, I'll make you regret the day. You messed with a Titan. He bit down on his forethumb and boom! When the smoke cleared, all Overhaul could see was a 5-meter-tall figure with a skull-like face growling at him. Overhaul, WW, what is this kid? I thought his quirk was that crystal stuff. Meanwhile, Eri had stars in her eyes, looking at her savior who was smart and strong enough to stand toe-to-toe with the bad man. Izuku thought, I've got to make this quick, I don't have much stamina left. The Titan roared at Overhaul and swiped at him, knocking him into a nearby wall. It then grabbed Eri in one hand and ran away on its other limbs. Time skip. As Izuku and Eri got home, the Titan's body was starting to steam, indicating that Izuku didn't have much time left. Izuku, phew, at least I got Eri safe. The Titan placed Eri down carefully, not wanting to hurt her with the steam. Eri looked on in wonder as the beast lay flat on the floor, and a human figure popped out from the nape of its neck. Eri, excitedly, WH, that's so cool. Izuku smiled. Don't worry, Eri, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt yo. He was cut off by the sound of metal slicing flesh and Eri's screams. He looked in horror to see that his left arm had been sliced off and a knife had been stabbed into his back. The perpetrator was Overhaul himself. Despite being beaten and bloody, Overhaul wore a look of glee. Overhaul, look at that brat. What are you gonna do? After I make sure you're dead, I'm gonna take Eri back to that place and maybe torture her some more. Haha. Izuku could hear Eri whimper and see her shake at the thought of going back. He could only glare at Overhaul as black spots started to cloud his vision. He was losing blood fast. He couldn't protect her, he felt like a failure. Ruha Erawer. Overhaul, what? What are you? You're a monster. To be able to live after what I did to you. A monster? Hee, that's rich coming from you, Overhaul. The voice seemed to come from every direction, making Overhaul's head snap left and right, searching for the source. I don't know why you're doing that, Overhaul. Deep and menacing, when I'm right in front of you. The dust cleared to reveal a 17-meter beast of a Titan. Overhaul, what are you going to do with me? If you kill me, you're just like me, aren't you? The beast crouched down to get closer to Overhaul's level and said, I'm not gonna kill you, no. I'm gonna make you wish you were dead. The Titan flashed the villain a menacing grin, making Overhaul's trousers feel heavier than before. Time skip. After Overhaul was dealt with, Izuku emerged from his Titan form, fully healed due to regeneration, and sighed. He turned to Eri, who had tears forming in her eyes. Izuku, as I was saying before I was rudely interrupted, as long as I'm here, no one can hurt you. Eri didn't say anything. She just jumped into his arms and cried, repeating the words, I'm sorry, over and over again. Izuku, hey, it isn't your fault, okay? Don't cry. He put her down and held her hand as they walked toward the cabin. Izuku, now let's go and eat some lunch. Eri, sniffle, see papa. Izuku stopped in his tracks, confused. Izuku, what did you call me? Eri, nervous, it's just that why you saved me from the bad man, and now you're going to feed me, like a papa would do. If you don't like it, I'll stop. Izuku, no, you can call me that. I was just surprised, that's all. Come on, I'm gonna make some pancakes. Eri, but thank you, papa. Eri smiled, making Izuku's heart swell. It had been a few days since Eri had settled into Izuku's house, and things during the day were going well. But at night, she still experienced night terrors about Overhaul and a hurt Izuku. On the first night it happened, Izuku went into full protective mode. He rushed to the source of the scream, ready to defend, only to find Eri shaking under her blankets. Izuku, hey, it's all right. I am here. He hated using that man's catchphrase, but for Eri, he'd do anything. Izuku thought, Demon you Overhaul. If it wasn't for you, Eri wouldn't be like this. You deserve what I did to you. The beast easily sliced through the obstacle and kicked the abuser away. When Izuku had first given Eri a bath, he was appalled to see the wounds and scars on her arms and legs. Anger surged within him, causing some of his newfound killer intent to leak out. He snapped out of his thoughts of revenge against Overhaul when he felt Eri hugging his leg. I'm sorry about that, Snowball. I'm just so angry at that man, Izuku said. Eri beamed at the new nickname, eager to cheer her papa up. After all the nightmares they had faced, Izuku decided to take Eri to the mall for a fun day out. Why, shopping with papa. Eri exclaimed, her excitement making Izuku's heart swell. He captured the moment with a click of his camera. As they wandered the mall, Eri was full of energy, while Izuku struggled under the weight of the bags filled with clothes, toys, and snacks. Around lunchtime, he heard Eri's stomach grumble and couldn't help but stifle a laugh at her cute, blushing face. They found a 2-story Japanese pagoda restaurant that served a variety of dishes, thanks to the cook's quirk, cooking frenzy, which allowed him to create any food imaginable. Izuku ordered Eri a katsudon and apple juice, while he opted for fish and chips and a cherry soda. After finishing their meal, they decided to take a shortcut home through an alleyway. Halfway through, they heard a muffled scream. Using his enhanced vision from wilderness training, Izuku was shocked to see 3 men surrounding a girl around his age. She had black hair styled in a spiked ponytail and a long bang framing her face. One of the men had a knife for a hand, while the others had mutation quirks, one resembling a humanoid lizard and the other with elongated arms. Come on baby, don't struggle, it'll be quick, the knife-wielding man taunted. The girl could only cry in response. Disgusted, Izuku approached the scene with Eri by his side. The lizard man noticed them first. B-boss, we got VV visitors, he stuttered. The leader laughed. Why are you stuttering? They can't do anything to us, we have a hostage. The man with the long arms charged at them. Izuku sighed, I wanted to handle this peacefully. Eri, can you stand behind the bin please? Eri nodded and hid behind the bin just as the man reached Izuku. When the punch landed, Izuku felt no pain, only the force of the blow. Is that all you got? He asked, hardening his arm and delivering a punch that knocked the man out cold. Turning to the remaining 2, he felt a glint of determination in his eyes. Let's get the party started, shall we? He rushed at them with incredible speed, knocking out the lizard man before anyone could react. He aimed for the other man but halted when he saw the knife pointed at the girl's neck. If you let me go, she won't get hurt, the man stammered, fear evident in his voice. You're not really in a position to make deals, Izuku replied, his tone steady. The man looked confused before feeling something wrap around him. What the foo? Do not swear in front of Eri, Izuku shouted, sending the man into a small crater with a single blow, using no quirk at all. As he calmed down, he noticed a familiar scarf-like object nearby and felt a surge of panic. What if Auntie Shota recognized him? What if she took him back? No, he was stronger now, but she could erase his quirk. Thankfully, he looked different from before. His internal turmoil was interrupted by a tired voice. Hey kid, how'd you do that? I erased your quirk. Eraserhead asked, looking at Izuku in disbelief. Izuku felt nervous and fidgety. Just basic training and a bit of rage from him, almost swearing in front of a 4-year-old. Eri slowly walked up to him and hugged his leg, providing comfort amidst the chaos. Eri pointed at the 2 females with a confused expression on her face. Papa, who are they? Eraserhead was taken aback. Papa? Izuku smiled and explained, that lady with the long black hair and the big scarf is Eraserhead. Her quirk is erasure, she can stop someone from using their quirk just by looking at them. Isn't that cool? Eri's eyes sparkled. Yeah. So cool. Who's the other pretty one? The girl blushed and introduced herself. Hello, my name is... Izuku interjected, Momo Yaoyorozu, youngest daughter of the Yaoyorozu family, the second richest family in Japan. Pleasure to meet you. He bowed and Eri, seeing her father bow, followed suit. Momo was surprised that the boy who had just saved her knew who she was. Eraserhead raised an eyebrow. Now that introductions are done, can you explain why this little girl called you, a 12-year-old boy, Papa? Before Izuku could respond, Eri jumped in. Ooh, I know. Pick me. She started jumping up and down, raising her hand. Eraserhead knelt down to her level. Go on, Kidwai? Eri exclaimed. There was a bad man named Overhaul. He used to hurt me, but then I ran away and saw Papa. He was really nice and calmed me down when I was having something called a panic attack. Then the bad man came back, but Papa protected me and was so cool. He punched, kicked, and slammed him into a wall, like bam, smash, pow. She animatedly demonstrated with her arms and legs. Momo and Eraserhead smiled at her enthusiasm. Eri continued, then Papa said, it's time for you mere human to learn not to mess with a titan, and there was smoke everywhere. When it cleared, there was a big beast that kicked Overhaul away and ran off with me. Both Momo and Eraserhead were shocked. Eri added, we got to Papa's house and he went back to normal, but the bad man came back and hurt him. She started to cry at the memory and hugged Izuku tightly, tears soaking into his shoulder. Izuku reassured her, my quirk gives me super regeneration, so when I transform, it heals my body. They both nodded, understanding what had happened. Izuku explained, I lost an arm and was stabbed in the stomach while Overhaul was monologuing about taking Eri back. I got angry, transformed, and took care of him. Any more questions? Both Momo and Eraserhead looked pale. Eraserhead asked, you're kidding, right? Izuku replied, why would I joke about someone who tried to hurt my snowball? Eraserhead sighed. Touché. Anyway, thanks again for knocking them out. You three go along now, I'll take them to the authorities. As they walked out, Momo asked Izuku, I've got 3 questions. Go ahead, he replied. What's your name? What do you mean by second richest family? Can I have your number, please? Izuku smiled. First, my name is Izuku Yeager, and this is Eri Yeager. Secondly, the Yeager Corp is richer than your family's business. And third, sure. He handed her a slip of paper with his number. Momo's eyes widened. Wait, are you the son of the head of Yeager Corp? Izuku laughed, but there was a hint of anger in his voice. He told Eri to cover her ears, and she complied. My father's name is Toshinori Yagi, the man who neglected me for years. For all I care, he can rot in hell for what he's done. I worked hard for years to build my own business and became a billionaire. I want Eri and me to have nothing to do with him. Momo's eyes filled with tears. Oh, Izuku, I didn't know. I'm sorry. Who could do that to a child? Izuku reassured her, it's fine, it's all in the past. Anyway, we're here. He pointed to the gate of a mansion where a man and a woman stood, taking pictures. Momo blushed and stepped back. Izuku approached her parents and bowed. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Yaoyorozu. I'm here to drop off Momo in case she got attacked again. They looked at Momo with concern. She waved her hands in defense, explaining what had happened. After the catch-up, Mr. Yaoyorozu shook Izuku's hand, tears in his eyes. Thank you, Izuku. I don't know what would have happened to Momo if you hadn't intervened. Mrs. Yaoyorozu nodded, also tearful. Izuku replied, no problem, Mr. Yaoyorozu. If I want to be a hero, it's what I need to do. He picked up Eri, who yawned cutely and snuggled against him. Everyone chuckled. Izuku said, and I think a certain someone's bedtime. See you later, certain Momo. They all waved to him as he ran back to his cabin. After the incident with Momo, Izuku had tried to keep a low profile as he wanted to start vigilantism in the next few months. But first, he had to create a workshop for all of his gear. He would leave the house late at night when Eri was asleep, use his Titan form to dig and move materials, arrive early in the morning, get some sleep, and then have a normal day. It was like that for 3 months. Izuku had bags under his eyes that could rival his aunt's, and her quirk literally gave her insomnia. Anyway, after he was finished, he took Eri to show her and get her opinion on the looks. "Hey, Snowball, do you want to see something I'm working on?" he asked. "Yeah. What is it?" Eri replied. Smirking, he said, "You'll have to wait and see." Pouting, Eri responded, "Humph, meanie." Izuku thought, "Cute." The duo then went to the back of the cabin to see a trapdoor that hadn't always been there. Izuku opened it up to reveal wooden stairs leading down into another room. They both went down the stairs and entered the room. "So, how does it look?" he asked, revealing his vigilante suit. Eri's eyes lit up. "Whoa, so cool, Papa." "Really? You, Snowflake?" he said, showing her around the large room filled with wires and various contraptions. "So, Eri, looking at this, what do you think my hero name should be? I want to scare everyone so villains don't hurt anyone." This was a risky question to ask a 4-year-old. She began to mumble to herself, and Izuku couldn't help but sweat drop at her antics. After a moment, Eri gave him a name and a title, the one that punishes, the Reaper. Izuku felt chills at such an awesome name. He knelt in front of her and hugged her. "Thanks, Snowball, I was having trouble with that." "It's okay, Papa, I like to help." After a few minutes of Eri waving her hand in front of his eyes, Izuku jolted back to reality. Later, he made dinner for both of them and put Eri to bed. Once he was sure she was asleep, he checked the time. It was 8 p.m. He slipped into his vigilante suit and went out on his first patrol. Izuku stood on a building, looking at the city below. The streets were dimly lit, just like in a movie when something life-changing is about to happen. Scream. He ran across the rooftops toward the source of the noise, moving with agility. "Good thing I learned parkour and free running when I had the chance," he thought. As he arrived at the source, he looked into an alleyway where he saw the number 25 hero, Electric Gal, with her hero costume torn and surrounded by 3 men. "Get away," she shouted. "Ah, don't be like that, baby girl. I'm sure we can have a good time," one thug replied. "Let me go or I'll scream again," Electric Gal warned. "Yeah, we'll let you go," the thug said, eyeing her with a smirk. She visibly paled at his words, and just as she was about to scream, a goo-like substance stuck her lips together. She thrashed around, trying to free herself, but her hands were also stuck to the wall by the same thug. "You like my quirk? It's called gunk. I can throw goo from my hands, and it will stick until I'm knocked out or my hands are removed. Anyway, let me have my fun," he said as he approached her. Having seen enough, Izuku stepped out of the shadows. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." His voice modulator made his voice sound deeper and more intimidating. The thugs looked around, trying to find where the voice came from. But Izuku had trained in the wilderness. They wouldn't know where he was until he revealed himself. This was child's play for him. It was safe to say that the thugs were intimidated. They all stood at around 5 feet 6 inches to 5 feet 8 inches and had a rather large beer belly, but compared to Izuku's staggering 6 feet 2 inches and chiseled physique, they were mere mortals. They looked at him, shaking, until one foolishly decided to take a woman hostage and held a gun towards him. Izuku was furious. "Why is it always me that gets threatened with a female hostage?" he exclaimed. "Step back or I'll shoot you," the thug stammered. Izuku had a dark aura surrounding him as he let out a fraction of his power, instantly knocking out the other 2 thugs and making the remaining one sweat profusely. "I'd like to see you try, tough guy," Izuku taunted. The man, infuriated, pulled the trigger. The bullet zoomed towards him at incredible speed, but Izuku, the mythical titan, was faster. Everything seemed to slow down for him. He redirected the bullet to the wall by pushing it away and ran towards the thug. The criminal's eyes widened as the last thing he saw was a fist closing in on his face. There was a sickening crunch when Izuku's hand hit the thug's face, instantly knocking him out and freeing the woman, who was still covering herself from her savior. Noticing her discomfort, Izuku took the coat off a knocked-out thug and threw it to her. "Here, take this to the police and take credit. I'll have to get going," he said. He was about to jump away when the heroine grabbed his arm. "What's your name?" she asked. Izuku smirked under his mask, recalling that morning. I am the one that punishes, the Reaper. After saying this, he jumped onto a nearby roof and ran away. After 5 solid minutes of roof jumping, he stopped and sat on a ledge. Aha, I could get used to this, he said to himself. He was sitting alone and wasn't expecting a response, but fate had other plans for him. Get used to what, kid? A voice called out. Izuku turned around to see Eraserhead standing there in her hero suit, a tired look on her face. Realizing he needed to get out of there quickly, he desperately looked around for an exit. Hey, kid, it's not nice to keep a fellow hero waiting, she said, irritation creeping into her voice. Well, sorry to break this to you, but I'm not a lady, Izuku replied. Eraserhead was shocked. This kid's voice was deep. She had thought he was female, perhaps due to his hair. She looked at him intensely. This young man radiated a powerful aura, but she didn't know why. Maybe it was a quirk? Finding a male with a quirk was nearly impossible. The only males with quirks in Japan were All Might, Endeavor, Overhaul, Izuku, some random villains, and thugs. Wait, that kid? She looked back up to see nothing, just an empty ledge with a note. She picked it up and read, Hey, a hero. You may be thinking, what? I look away for a minute and he's gone. Well, that's because I'm awesome at sneaking away. But this is here for the hero to know that there is a new vigilante in town. The one that punishes, the Reaper. Cool, right? Thanks, my daughter picked it for me. Anyway, gotta go, duty calls. Your friendly neighborhood vigilante. Eraserhead pocketed the note, her mind racing. Daughter? But he acts like a kid? Great, another problem, she muttered as she jumped away to continue her patrol. As she left, Izuku let out a sigh of relief. Finally, she's gone. He then started swinging back home to the forest, as it was around 2 a.m. and he desperately needed sleep. Time skip, for months. Izuku had been doing his vigilante work very well and frequently. The only times he took off were for his 13th and Aries' 5th birthdays and Christmas. He had encountered heroes several times, most notably his uncle Enji, which had left him with another burn scar to add to his collection. Speaking of heroes, Eraserhead had started to get suspicious of his identity. He began wearing a mask and a beanie while outside to cover his face and hair. As he walked down the street, eager to return to Eri, life had other plans. A knife was suddenly pressed against his back. Hey kid, give me everything you got and you might live, the mugger demanded. Izuku sighed, wishing for just a few minutes of peace. Please don't do this. I don't care. Stop talking or I'll have to hurt you, the mugger threatened. Izuku smirked. Took the words right out of my mouth. He hardened the part of his back that had the knife pressed against it and jumped backward, causing the knife to bend and break under the pressure. The man was shocked. Just who was this kid? Stay back. I'm warning you, the mugger stammered. The boy was growing tired of the man's futile attempts at intimidation and decided to show him how it was actually done. No. You're doing it all wrong. You're supposed to puff out your chest and talk really confidently. The mugger thought, what the hell? Is this kid for real? Oh, and there's one last step, killer intent. Izuku looked at the man triumphantly and unleashed just enough of his intimidating presence to put him on the verge of passing out, but kept him awake. As quickly as it started, the intensity faded. The man looked at Izuku as if he were a monster. Izuku just snorted and knocked the man out with a quick gut punch before taking him to the authorities. Time skipped to when he got home. Eri, I'm home. Izuku called out. Papa! Eri exclaimed, running from the living room sofa and jumping into his arms. Whoa, I was only gone for 20 minutes, he said, surprised. But it felt like hours. She stretched her arms wide to exaggerate how long it had been. Izuku chuckled. Eri, guess what I got? Eri put a finger to her chin. I dunno. What? Izuku took out a candy apple and showed it to her. The 5-year-old's face lit up at the sight of the sweet treat. Candy apple. Thank you, Papa, she squealed, immediately starting to nibble on it. Izuku giggled, thinking how cute she was. He glanced at the time. It was 4 p.m. He sighed, knowing he was in for a long night. Time skipped to the next day. Izuku woke up feeling drowsy. Eri had a sugar rush and had been up all night. Speaking of Eri, she needed an education. He thought about how to approach this. I can't sign her up for nursery, I may just have to tutor her myself until she's old enough for primary school. An evil smile crossed his face. Ho ho, it's going to be a fun year. Now Izuku had another thing to add to his timetable. Wake up, have breakfast, tutor Eri, have lunch, play with Eri, dinner, put Eri to bed, go out as a vigilante, sleep, and repeat. He sighed, thinking he'd have gray hairs by the time he was time skip 3 months tonight. Izuku was free, it was vigilante time. He had been searching for the remnants of Overhaul's gang, just in case they still wanted Eri, and he had made some breakthroughs. Over the past few months, he had narrowed it down to 3 locations: an abandoned apartment complex in the south, an old warehouse at the port, and the building where he first found Eri. He had to fix this mess. He had to. For her. Time skipped 5 hours ago. Izuku stood on a rooftop, looking at the city below. He had been gathering information from villains about the remnants of Overhaul's legacy, what they were doing, who they were, and where they were hiding. Despite all his efforts, he had only narrowed it down to 3 buildings: a dockhouse, an abandoned apartment complex, and the house near where he first met Eri. That was until tonight. Izuku, known as the Reaper, had quite the reputation around Japan. Occasionally, he would receive tips from information brokers eager to avoid his wrath. Izuku didn't have much love for villains, especially since he awakened his quirk. He had a tendency to leave them in a state that made it clear he meant business. The latest example was a child trafficker he found in the middle of trying to kidnap a little girl. Izuku was furious and confronted him. When the police arrived, they found only a barely breathing figure, and the only way to identify him was through dental records. Since then, both heroes and villains had taken note of his reputation. He had attracted many followers who wanted him to join their cause, but his answer was always the same: I fight for my own cause. With followers came enemies. He had plenty of bounties on his head and numerous assassination attempts. Keyword: attempts. The scars he bore served as reminders of his past and his ongoing struggle. He needed to be stronger, not just for himself but for Eri. She was his new life, and he needed to protect her. Otherwise, he had nothing. The villains had noticed his fierce protection of children and had increased their efforts to try and trap him. The most recent incident involved the kidnapping of quirkless orphans. Izuku had been tracking leads for weeks and finally discovered a name: All for One. Initially, he thought it was a mispronunciation of One for All, but soon he heard it everywhere. He had consulted info brokers, learning that All for One and a girl named Shigaraki were the main orchestrators behind these crimes. He was warned to be cautious if he confronted them, as they were incredibly powerful. One could decay objects, while the other possessed multiple quirks. Izuku was intrigued. With such formidable abilities, he wondered why they chose to be villains instead of heroes. Perhaps it was due to the stigma surrounding villainous quirks. He vowed to stop them from causing any more harm. Just as he was feeling restless, he received a notification on his phone. Welp, time for a stakeout. 4 hours later, at 5 p.m., Izuku was perched on top of a building, waiting for a bank robbery he had received a tip about. So far, there had been little action, only civilians and the occasional hero. To pass the time, he listened to the police radio. The most notable events were that All Might had apprehended a few villains and a new hero had made their debut. He was beginning to doubt the tip's credibility when suddenly, an explosion erupted from the building in front of him. He leaped into an alley to investigate and was met with flames and chaos. Nearby heroes rushed to the scene, where 2 female villains were holding a mother and daughter hostage, demanding to be let go. "Let us go or the hostages get hurt," one of the robbers shouted. Izuku felt a surge of anger. Initially, he wanted to observe how the heroes handled the situation, but their indecisiveness frustrated him. He dashed out from his hiding spot, swiftly incapacitating one of the robbers with a chop to the neck. The second villain barely had time to react before he knocked her out as well. He quickly secured them with zip ties and tossed them to the stunned heroes. After confirming the civilians were safe, he turned to the heroes, his expression filled with disdain. You disgust me. You're supposed to be heroes. Heroes put their lives on the line for others, not make excuses to avoid getting their hands dirty. Take that back, you villain, one of the heroes retorted, lunging at him, only to be met with a punch that sent her sprawling back. You're weak, Izuku said, standing over her. Pathetic. What do you mean, pathetic? If you didn't use your speed quirk, I would have one. And I'll have to take you to jail for that, she exclaimed, clearly flustered. Izuku shook his head in disbelief. Did she really think he had to resort to a quirk to defend himself? Well, I can't let you do that, can I? I've got to go. He sprinted up the alley walls to escape the heroes. He dropped into a nearby alley and opened a manhole, thinking he was safe until he heard a voice. Ah, Emster said I might find you down here. I have a proposal for you. Izuku turned to see an 18-year-old woman with light blue hair and red eyes, holding severed hands. She was accompanied by another figure, mostly composed of purple mist. The blue-haired girl sized him up before speaking. I am Tamura Shigaraki, and this is Kurojiri. I am the leader of the League of Villains. We want to kill All Might, and we want you to join us. Izuku's expression turned serious, but then he burst into laughter, gripping his sides. H&JB, Misty Lass. Can I call you that? He said, not waiting for a response. As much as I would love to take down that guy, I can't accept your offer. I'm literally a hero without a license. You want me to join a League of Villains? Not happening. He began to walk away when suddenly, four fingers gripped his exposed arm through his jacket. In that moment he remembered her quirk, decay. Oh no, he thought. Well then you have to die, she said, placing the last finger on his skin, and he felt an intense surge of pain. Unbearable pain coursed through his body. The skin on his arm slowly deteriorated, delivering excruciating agony. Izuku cried out, "Ow, this hurts." Shigaraki giggled, a sadistic smile spreading across her face as she moved up his arm, decaying everything in her path. Izuku bit his lip, trying to suppress his screams, only managing muffled groans. Will you join now, Reaper? Shigaraki taunted. No, you psychotic, Izuku grunted, glaring at her with fury in his eyes. Kurojiri sensed something was off and approached cautiously. Young miss, maybe we should? That's not nice. Well, guess you have to die, Shigaraki interrupted, reaching for his face. Get away from me. Izuku shouted, biting down on his tongue, blood spraying onto the ground. A yellow light illuminated the circular tunnel, causing Shigaraki to shield her eyes while Kurojiri enveloped them in mist and warped 10 meters away. Boom smoke filled the tunnel as the rumbling ceased. They tried to move forward again, only to be met with a clawed hand that smashed them into the wall. Shigaraki was knocked out instantly, while Kurojiri only had the wind knocked out of her. Looking up, Kurojiri saw a titan staring at her, and fear gripped her. She quickly grabbed the unconscious Shigaraki and escaped through a portal. As they vanished, the titan released steam from its nape, revealing a weary Izuku. Ah, that hurt, he exclaimed, checking his watch. It was nearly 6 p.m., time to prepare dinner for himself and Eri. Peeking out of the manhole, he noticed a figure lurking in the shadows. Whoever you are, you're not very good at hiding, he called out. The figure froze, then turned to face him, clearly surprised. Just come out already, I need to get home and cook, Izuku urged. The figure stepped into the light, revealing Eraser. How could you see me, kid? I'm usually pretty good at hiding. Izuku stifled a laugh. Yeah, not as good as a wolf. He rubbed his forearm, recalling a past training injury. What do you want? I have places to be, he said, shifting the conversation. We need help. There's a group called the Yakuza. Their leader, Overhaul, has been taken out, but they still want to carry on his dream. They're looking for a girl named Eri, and we need to get her to safety, Eraser explained. Izuku's calm demeanor faltered, revealing a flash of rage before he regained control. Where and when? Why do you agree so quickly? For all you know, we could be leading you into a trap, Eraser began, but was interrupted by a knife that grazed her cheek, embedding itself in the wall behind her. As she touched her cut, she met Izuku's intense gaze. You couldn't do that without many casualties. Now, where and when? He demanded. Fine. Eraser sighed. It was now 8 p.m., and several days had passed since their meeting. Izuku was making his way to UA, a place he had always dreamed of, though he had technically become a villain. The irony was not lost on him. While roof-hopping in his vigilante outfit, he spotted his aunt in her black and gray hero suit, accompanied by Present Mike, Midnight, Night Eye, and a heroine in training. The young girl had blonde hair and a cartoonish face, standing around 5 feet 6 inches with a muscular yet lean build. As Izuku jumped down, the heroes, except for Eraser, assumed fighting stances. Whoa, calm down everyone. This is the help I mentioned. Everyone meet the strongest vigilante around, the Reaper, Eraser introduced. The heroes were taken aback. Eraser, known for his strict adherence to the law, had enlisted the help of a criminal? Night Eye was the first to recover. Pleasure to meet you, Reaper, she said, extending her hand for a handshake. Izuku regarded her hand with skepticism. He raised his own hands, signing, "You think I didn't do my research? I won't be activating your quirk, thanks." Hero name, Night Eye. Quirk, Foresight. She can predict an opponent's movements and attacks by touching them. Drawbacks. She has to make contact with her hands or the quirk won't take effect. If used for a prolonged amount of time, headaches and migraines occur. All 5 of them looked at the vigilante in surprise. Not only did she use intricate sign language, but she also knew Night Eye's quirk. However, the young heroine in training didn't understand sign language and assumed the vigilante was just being arrogant. Hey, she just wanted a handshake. What's wrong with that? We're all women here. Why can't we get along, or I'll make you. Eraser was about to correct the young girl but was stopped by a gesture from Izuku. The girl began walking toward Izuku and tried to put a hand on his shoulder. Just as her hand was about to make contact, Izuku grabbed it and flung her over his head. Izuku, signing, "Don't touch me. I'm only here to help, not to get along. Don't think that I won't do that again. Now, if we can all work together, this may just work. You need my help as much as I need yours." All 5 heroes gulped as they considered what could happen if they got on this person's bad side. No one's POV. All 6 of the heroes were walking toward the staff room at UA to discuss the plan for the operation. As they walked down the hall, the hero in training who introduced herself as Mirio Togata rubbed her back and shoulder from where she had taken impact. Her pride was greatly damaged. She, a person who specialized in dodging because of her quirk, had been taken down in one hit. Name, Mirio Togata. Hero name, Lemillion. Quirk, Permeation. She can make her body able to go through things, both physical and energy attacks. Drawbacks. She has no senses while permeating, and her clothes go through her unless they are made of her hair. Izuku had to stifle a laugh. Izuku, serves her right trying to touch me. Only Eri can do that. 5 minutes later, they stood in front of the staff room. As they knocked, they heard a little, "Come in." Eraserhead opened the door and revealed the principal of UA, Nezumi. Izuku, shoot. Forgot about that. The 5 heroes sat down, and Izuku stood in the corner, questioning his will to live. He had just removed most suspicion off of him from his aunt, but now the second smartest person on the planet, who was also his aunt. He felt trapped. He was brought out of his internal panic by a cough from Nezumi sitting at her desk. Nezumi, all right, since everyone is here, we can begin to explain what we're going to do. She pulled out a remote from her desk drawer and pressed a button. The room lights dimmed, and a projector started up, beginning the discussion. Nezumi, in this mission, we are going to take down the Yakuza once and for all. All we know so far is that the leader, Kai Chisaki, also known as Overhaul, has been taken out by a boy who is no older than 13 and has a quirk. Everyone in the room gasped. Izuku just faked his reaction, which was noted by Nezumi. Nezumi, he said that his name was Izuku Yagi. He shares the first name of someone we have been looking for. But that's for another time. Right now, we need to deal with the matter at hand. We have narrowed it down to 7 buildings, and as you can see. She clicked the remote, and 7 pictures appeared on the projection. Nezumi. As you can see, We have many options to choose from. She was interrupted by a whistle from Izuku. Izuku, signing, I've done my own research, and the only one that matches up is this one. He pointed to a picture of an abandoned apartment complex. Nezumi, who are you again, and why would you do this research? Izuku, signing, they hurt someone dear to me, and I want revenge. Also, if you want to know my name, ask Eraser. He pointed to the woman behind him. Izuku, now. If you'll excuse me, I'm off to that place to deal with those responsible. After he finished his hand gestures, he promptly left the room. Nezumi looked at Eraser for an explanation, and she filled her in on the details about the Vigilante. Nezumi, so this is the infamous Vigilante that I've been hearing so much about. Keep an eye on them. I may want to get them involved in UA. She laughed while taking a sip of tea. Meanwhile, with Izuku, he had just jumped over the UA fence and was now sprinting toward the apartment complex, not wanting to waste a second to confront those responsible. Time skipped to the building. He had arrived. The place was huge, not as big as UA, but it was time for him to take action. He grinned, ready to seek his revenge. He kicked down the door at the bottom of the complex, knowing it was going to be a long night. He pulled out a bat in one hand and his sword in the other. Izuku, yeah. All of the villains looked at the now broken door in fear and confusion. One thought crossed their minds, is that the Kool-Aid man? It was silent until one finally spoke out. Villain, WW. Izuku, channeling his inner strength, declared, this is the part where you run away. He then sped towards the mass of villains, showing no mercy as he engaged them. The villains were terrified. This wasn't what a hero did. Villainous 1. What? Heroes can't kill. Villainous 2. Yeah, if you do this, you're no better than those mass murderers. When Izuku heard this, he stopped and looked at the two, a fierce intensity in his eyes. Izuku, no better than them, eh? He then started laughing, a chilling sound that echoed in the air. No, there's a difference. They do it for a sick fancy, while I do it for revenge. He slowly advanced towards them, his gaze unwavering. Covered in blood, not his own, he was a terrifying sight. Villain 1 and 2, stay back. Their pleas fell on deaf ears as he charged forward, continuing his relentless assault. The heroes had just arrived at the scene and were horrified by what they saw. Midnight, Present Mike, and Lemillion struggled to keep their composure, while Nezumi, Eraser, and Night Eye grimaced at the gruesome sight. A massacre. Limbs and broken bodies littered the floors and halls, and the faint sounds of groaning and crying could be heard. Some weren't moving. The heroes knew who was responsible but couldn't believe that this vigilante, who they thought was in his mid-20s, could do such a thing without losing his mental state. They cautiously made their way through the halls, hoping the bloodshed would cease, but it seemed to continue indefinitely. After about 5 minutes of walking, they heard the sounds of metal slicing flesh and the screams of a woman. They rushed towards the source of the noise and found the vigilante stabbing a villain through the chest with his sword, pinning them to the wall. He muttered something they couldn't catch before pulling the sword out. Turning to face them, he smiled with an unsettling intensity. Izuku, what took you so long? All 6 heroines were still in shock at his appearance and didn't notice a figure creeping behind them. The person removed a glove and placed their hand on the wall, causing spikes and pillars to shoot out. The heroes noticed too late, but Izuku anticipated the attack. He pushed them out of the way and struck back, but a spike impaled him. Izuku, blood spilled from his mouth as he gripped the stone spike tightly, shattering it. As the dust settled, the heroes saw a heavily injured Izuku and a villain who should have been defeated. Overhaul, you fools thought you could stop me? The only one who can do that is that brat. Eraser thought urgently, Reaper needs medical attention. Fast. The other heroes shared his concern, shocked to see their temporary ally in such a state. Izuku let out a deep laugh that echoed through the narrow hall. Izuku, even what I did last time didn't kill you? You really are a cockroach, you know that? All the heroes, except Eraser, were stunned to hear the voice of a man from the Vigilante. They had assumed he was female. But as they processed his words, they thought, wait, what did he do? Is he? Before they could finish their thoughts, Izuku began releasing steam and smoke from his chest, visibly healing, leaving only a hole in his vigilante suit. Overhaul, you? I'm going to kill you. In a blind rage, Overhaul charged at Izuku but was sent crashing through a door onto the roof by a swift kick from Izuku. The boy dropped his bat and plunged his sword into the ground before following the beaten villain. Izuku, is that it? I swear you were stronger last time. How did you survive anyway? Overhaul shakily stood up, clutching his chest. Overhaul, I can manipulate matter at the molecular level, BSRD. It's easy to regrow limbs. He touched the ground, and a multitude of spikes sped towards Izuku. The boy hardened his fists and legs, striking back against the incoming concrete. He sustained minor cuts, but they healed quickly. A spike aimed for his left arm, and he punched it, sending the broken pieces flying at Overhaul. The villain had to create a wall to defend himself, but he was starting to feel drained. As Izuku found openings, he landed a swift punch to Overhaul's ribs, breaking a few, and a kick to his leg, shattering a kneecap. The villain screamed in pain, struggling to heal but running low on stamina. Izuku, regrowing limbs is easy, huh? The villain looked up to see Izuku, battered but determined. Izuku, what about regrowing a head? Overhaul was so frightened that he lost control, his fear palpable. He tried to escape but was quickly caught by two strong hands that forcefully restrained the villain, effectively neutralizing the threat. Izuku stood there, motionless, as if anticipating the villain's regeneration. After a few tense moments, he turned to the shocked heroes. Izuku, with a hint of sarcasm, said, "Oh no, I didn't need help, thanks for asking." He then walked to the edge of the building and jumped, using his wrist ODM gear to swing down to the ground like a superhero. It took the heroes a few minutes to regain their composure, with Nazumi being the first to speak. "What is he? I want him in you," she exclaimed. The others hesitated, knowing they couldn't change the principal's mind. Later, Izuku returned home and headed to his medicine cupboard. Despite his ability to regenerate, the pain in his chest was unbearable. He needed painkillers or something stronger to help him sleep, as he didn't want to be late dropping Eri off at school the next day. Time passed, and Izuku was now 16, a well-built but lean young man. His rigorous training over the years had paid off. He had saved countless lives and donated millions to charities, particularly those supporting the quirkless. He had taken down several major villain organizations and built a fan base known as the Little Punishers, although he preferred to remain an underground hero. Unfortunately, that dream felt out of reach now. He recalled that he and his peers should be in their second year at UA by now, the prestigious hero school in Japan, overseen by his Aunt Nazumi. He debated attending but struggled with the memories of his past. Over the past 8 years, his former tormentors had become quieter, only speaking when necessary or to confront bullies. Katsumi, the most affected, had let her power go to her head, ultimately leading to a painful betrayal. After the revelation of his identity as All Might, Toshinori had asked Izumi to inherit his quirk, One for All, in honor of Izuku. This quirk, a powerful stockpile that could be passed down, had been in use for 200 years, granting its users enhanced physical abilities. Izumi accepted and trained diligently in memory of her brother. Meanwhile, Inko had struggled with her grief, dedicating herself to rescue missions in hopes of finding Izuku. Unbeknownst to them, Izuku was just an hour's walk from home, celebrating his daughter Snowball's 9th birthday. Thanks to his tutoring, she excelled in school, and their bond had grown stronger. He had gone shopping for her birthday treat when chaos erupted on this special day. Izuku was furious. Not only had they disrupted his plans, but it was also his daughter's birthday. He scanned the area, his heart sinking when he recognized the heroes: Endeavor, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, and All Might, along with Psystorm. All Might spoke first. "Give up, Vigilante. Your reign has ended." Izuku replied, "Sorry, but you've got the wrong person." Eraserhead insisted, "No, we haven't, Jaeger. We're taking you in." With a sigh, Izuku said, "You got me, but I'm disappointed in you, Toshinori and Izuku Yagi. The heroes were taken aback. The Vigilante was unfazed in the presence of 6 heroes and had the audacity to insult the number 1 and 5 heroes. All Might demanded, "What do you mean by that, villain?" Izuku shot back, "Ouch, kind of hypocritical to call me a villain after what you did to your son." The color drained from All Might and Psystorm's faces upon hearing this. Psystorm, desperation in her voice, asked, "How do you know about that? Do you know where he is?" Izuku replied, again, "Ouch. The only person who knows about your situation is your son." "I'll let that sink in." He walked over to a nearby bench and sat down, waiting for a response. Eraser was the first to realize. "Eraser, cracking voice, why Izuku? Aren't you?" A slow, sarcastic clap echoed through the street. "Izuku, bravo bravo. You always were the best thinker, Andy-show. That's why I've always been on edge around you." All the heroes' faces lit up at seeing Izuku again, but then paled when they realized his quirk. My son. Come ho. Izuku, you lost all right to call me your son after I turned 4, you blonde-haired, arrogant." All the heroes were taken aback, even Eraserhead. They had never seen Izuku this angry or heard him speak so harshly. After calming himself, he looked at them with a cold gaze. "Izuku, I'm not going back there. I have a daughter now, and I'm not leaving her like everyone else did." He cracked his first finger with his thumb. "Izuku, but that said, this is going to be fun." He grinned and bit down on his hand while running at them. He didn't transform. He looked at Eraser, who had red eyes and floating hair. Ignoring the pain in his forefinger, he sighed. "Izuku, Anti-show, you're so cool." At the comment, Eraserhead blushed. Being called cool by someone so impressive was bound to affect him. In a flash, Izuku ran towards the flustered Aizawa and knocked her out with a swift chop to the neck. The heroes were in shock. He took out a highly experienced pro without using his quirk? "Izuku, now that the quirk issue is out of the way," he cracked his neck. "Let the games begin." He clenched his hand, aggravating the wound and triggering a transformation. Layers of bones and flesh appeared, covering him like a shell. The once crowded street was now decimated and barren. The heroes saw a behemoth. Titan, Aroha. As the heroes looked on in fear, the Titan charged at them, dodging sound waves and pushing through telekinetic power, kicking rocks and swiping hands. But the main problem for Izuku was Endeavor. He was carbonizing the cells, making it impossible for Izuku to regenerate. He had to transform again to be whole. Izuku thought, "I might have to go all out." The Titan clapped its hands and began to shrink, much to the hero's confusion. Was he giving up? No, the Titan shrunk down to 5 meters tall, its once black hair now blonde, its skull morphing into a more defined shape. The Titan cracked its neck and went on all fours, getting into a pouncing position. They stood in silence until All Might decided to jump into action, hitting him with an ultimate move. Detroit Smanash. The beast raised its arm to block the attack. As their fists collided, it completely blew the Titan's arm off. The beast roared and swiped at the number 1 hero, hitting him and knocking him into a wall. All Might didn't relent, though. With the help of Psystorm distracting the beast by throwing rocks and boulders, he got close enough to deal a blow to the gut. At that moment, everything stopped. A massive amount of bloodlust surrounded the heroes, suffocating them. The blonde looked up to see the Titan's face filled with rage. The beast threw the bodybuilder into the air and jumped towards him. It then hardened its hand and slapped All Might straight into the ground, knocking him out. The remaining heroes looked at the beast, fear evident in their eyes. They broke out of their trance when a deep voice spoke. "Titan, 1 down. 6 to go." The beast tried swiping at Present Mike, only to be incinerated by blue flames from Endeavor. Resorting to Plan B, Izuku opened his mouth and leaped towards the groovy hero, getting close before being punched by a flaming fist. "Izuku, Jesus Christ, back off, uncle." The hero then roundhouse kicked the Titan's arm, making it off balance, and uppercut its jaw. The beast roared in pain and staggered back, giving the heroes time to strategize. "Endeavor, Midnight, does your quirk affect this thing?" Midnight, I don't know, I've never tried. Hero name, Midnight. Quirk, somnambulist. She secretes an aroma from her skin, making anyone who inhales it fall asleep. Endeavor mumbled, well, there's a first time for everything. He incinerated the Titan's other arm and left leg, making it virtually immobile and creating an opening for Midnight. She ran up to the Titan's nose and ripped part of her costume's sleeve, releasing a pink gas. The beast struggled for a while but then closed its eyes and stopped moving. They all sighed in relief, realizing this was a tough fight. As they began to celebrate, the Titan's nape started steaming, and out came a bloodied and breathing Izuku. Before he could say anything, he was wrapped in the newly awakened Aizawa's capture scarf. Eraser, don't try anything funny, we can still beat you. Izuku sighed. Izuku, what's going to happen to me now? Prison? Death row? Endeavor, Nezumi wants to talk to you. It's about UA and your future. Izuku, great. Looks like I can't be a vigilante much longer. All the heroes exchanged glances until Izuku froze. Izuku, what time is it? Present mic. 4 p.m. Why? Izuku started to get restless and tore the capture scarf, shocking the heroes. Izuku thought, oh no. Eri is still at school. He then tried to get away, only to be stopped by Inko's telekinesis. Inko, where do you think you're going, young man? Izuku felt frustration rising within him. Izuku, I'm picking my daughter up from school. Is that such a bad thing? Now move out of the way. He quickly sped off, leaving the heroes skeptical. After all, who would believe that a 16-year-old had a daughter? After about 5 minutes of running and jumping, they arrived at a school just in time to see Izuku hugging a crying 9-year-old girl at the gate. The heroes sneaked closer to listen in on their conversation. Eri, Papa, I thought you left me. Izuku, I would never. Snowball, I got caught up while shopping. Eri, sniffle Papa, you're hurt. What happened? Izuku, they found out who I was and sent heroes. Eri broke down again, crying into her father's neck. Eri, what's going to happen to you? Are they going to take you away from me? The heroes felt their hearts squeeze at her words. They had been so focused on finding the vigilante that they overlooked his personal life. Izuku, serious, listen to me, they can never, I repeat, never take me from you. Even if I have to fight them, okay? Eri giggled through her tears. Eri, you don't have to fight them. I just want to see you and be with you. If you fight them, I can't see you again. She hugged him tightly. They remained like that for a few moments until Izuku spoke up. Izuku, alright guys, you can come out now. The heroes were caught off guard. Did he know they were there the whole time? They stepped out from the alleyway, standing in front of the father and daughter. Izuku raised his hand to shoulder level and pointed to the sky. Izuku, I'm going to say this once and only once. Everyone looked at him in anticipation, but Izuku's vision began to darken. Izuku, drowsy, forget it guys. He then fell backward and lost consciousness. Everything turned black. Eraserhead's POV. The kid had pushed himself too far. I sighed, I wasn't paid enough for this. He had just passed out and started steaming. My colleagues, Mike and Midnight, were used to it, but All Might and Psystorm were worried. Eraser, calm down you two. He's just healing. After a few moments, they settled down. We looked at the child. Was he really her guardian? We exchanged glances, debating what to do. Just then, the girl tugged at my costume's leg, her eyes filled with tears. Eri, what's going to happen to Papa? My heart ached. What were we going to do with her? Eraser, kid, was Izuku the only person who took care of you? Or was there someone else? Eri thought for a moment before answering. Eri, Papa raised me for 5 years, but a while ago we met a man in his mid-30s named Aaron. He helped Papa control his quirk. Eraser, where is he now? We need to see an adult about what to do with him. Eri's face fell, and she started to look sad. Eri, Mr. Aaron died last year because of his quirk. He had a big battle, but because of quirk overuse, he only had 13 years to live. I felt sympathy for her, going through so much at such a young age. Just then, We heard a noise and saw a now non-steaming Izuku stirring awake. We needed to get him to UA for questioning, and the girl had to come too. Eraser, alright kid, we're going to take you and Izuku to UA so we can ask him some questions, alright? She sniffled and nodded. All Might picked up the sleeping Izuku and jumped to you, leaving us with the child. Izuku's POV. It hurts. The last thing I remember is fighting the heroes and getting airy. He began thrashing around but was restrained by straps over his wrists, ankles, and waist. The bed was angled so he could look forward. In his struggle, he knocked over a lamp, alerting the doctor outside. The door opened to reveal a short old woman with a large syringe. RG, hello there, Izuku. My name is Recovery Girl. I stifled a laugh. Izuku, it's okay, Gran Machio, I remember you. She smiled and waved her hand, signaling for someone to come in. The door opened, and in came Tsukachi, Endeavor, Eraserhead, Nezumi, Eri, All Might, and Psystorm. My eyes narrowed as I saw Inko looking at Eri. Izuku, Eri, get away from them. They are the ones I warned you about. Eri turned to the heroes with an angry expression. Eri, you were the ones that hurt Papa? I hate you. She ran toward me, jumping on the bed and snuggling into my chest. Izuku, alright Aunt Nezumi, I don't think that the second smartest being on the planet would keep me here for no reason. Nezumi raises an eyebrow. Nezumi, second? Who's first? Izuku, you're looking at him. My IQ has been growing since I left, and it's now 329, nearly 50 more than yours. I'm also educated to a university standard and have a degree in quirkology and mechanics. The adults were shocked. They could hardly believe what they were hearing. Nezumi, oh okay, Izuku, we are going to ask you some questions to see what we're going to do with you. Izuku, okay, let's get started. Nezumi, what's your name? Izuku, Izuku Yagi. Nezumi, next, what is your quirk? Izuku, it's called Titan. I can transform into a multitude of humanoid beings, ranging from 5 to 17 meters tall so far. The drawbacks are that I have to harm myself to transform, I experience increased anger, and I tend to use more colorful language. Nezumi, what do you mean by, so far? Is there more? Izuku, bingo. I don't really know how many I can turn into. All I know is that the ones I have transformed into have been unlocked through extreme training or a surplus of negative emotions. Nezumi, can you give us an overview of your transformations? Izuku, yeah, I'll give you a copy of my notebook so you can take a look. Nezumi, thank you for that. She turns to the other heroes. Any questions from you guys? Eraserhead stands up. Eraser, how did you provide for yourself and this kid? It's been 8 years. Izuku, oh that? For the first few years, I just hunted for food, and then I started a business selling my machinery blueprints for my omnidirectional mobility gear, more commonly known as ODM gear. As of 3 years ago, I'm a trillionaire. Nezumi, I have a final question. Izuku, shoot. Nezumi, will you go to UA and become a hero? Izuku, I've always wanted to be a hero, but I was shunned by society. I've been a hero in my own way, but it was the wrong way. So, I think Izuku. I accept. Nezumi, yes, very good. We shall make some preparations for your dorm and Izuku, on 4 conditions. Nezumi, okay, what do you propose? Izuku, before I start, I want those 2 to be gone. All Might and Inko looked down in sadness and left the room. Izuku then released a breath he didn't know he was holding. Izuku, phew. First, I want a bigger form so I can be with Eri. Nezumi, that may be a problem. Izuku sent a piercing glare at her. A cold sweat formed on her back. Nezumi, tea that can be arranged. Izuku, good. Second, I still want to be able to take down those I deem an S-class villain or a threat to my family's life. I'm free and under no one's jurisdiction. Nezumi, I'll have to get permission for that, but it's doable. Izuku, for my 3rd condition, I don't want to be put in a relationship just because I'm a male with a quirk. I want it to be my own choice. Nezumi, The government won't agree with that, nephew, but I'm willing to make an ultimatum. Izuku, I'm listening. Nezumi, how about you have a HRM but can only include those you choose to be a part of it? Izuku, yeah, sure. I can live with that. But for my final condition, I want to be a teaching assistant. Nezumi, but why? You're 16 and going to be sharing a dorm building with women. Izuku gives a confident grin. Izuku, oh, just imagine the looks on my abusers' faces when they see that the male trash is better than them in every way. Nezumi matches his grin. Nezumi, you really picked up something in your time alone, didn't you, Izuku? Yes, we can arrange that. They both start laughing, making the others in the room feel uncomfortable. Eri, feeling uneasy, speaks up. Eri, Papa please. Stop, it's scary. Izuku wipes a tear from his eye. Izuku, sorry, Snowball. He looks at Nezumi. You've either got to be a genius or a madwoman to let me, a former outcast, into a hero school. So come on, explain your reasoning. Nezumi takes a sip of her tea that seems to appear out of nowhere. Nezumi, well, first of all, your mere presence at UA will deter most villains from wanting to invade the school. Secondly, you are a male with a quirk, and you need to go to a hero school to maximize its potential. And finally, you've helped society so much that the National Hero Association sees you as worthy of having a hero license. Izuku is shocked. How could he get a hero license so quickly? He might have already taught himself the hero course syllabus. Izuku, but how? There's no way that the civilians will accept me as a hero. I've made mistakes. Nezumi, I assume you haven't been in touch with society recently, have you? Izuku shakes his head. Nezumi, we held a meeting and decided to add you as a new hero and announced it to the public. They wholeheartedly agreed with the situation because of your reputation around town. Izuku was shocked to say the least. He wasn't expecting to be a hero today. Actually, he wasn't expecting to be a hero at all. He was happy with just being a father and a vigilante. Izuku, sounds like I'll have a fun time. When do I start? Nezumi, in 4 days, that's when classes start again for the year. Izuku, alrighty then. But can you let me out yet? Nezumi remembered that he was still strapped to the bed. As she was about to signal someone to untie him, Midnight walked into the room. Midnight, no, my little hero, we still need some repayment for all the worry you made us go through. Eraser grabbed a water squirt bottle and sprayed Midnight. Eraser, no, bad Namuri bad. She closed the door and returned to the conversation. Eraser, please continue. Endeavor then unstrapped the young boy from the bed. Izuku, that's good. Hold on, what class are those 3 in? Nezumi, I assume you mean Katsumi, Shoka, and Izumi. They were put in general studies by their parents for the first year of UA. They will be moving up to class 2A though because of their hard work and perseverance that even I can't deny. But who am I going to be a teaching assistant to? Nezumi, you, my nephew, will be a teaching assistant to none other than Shota Aizawa, the Eraserhead, the homeroom teacher of class 2A. Izuku and Nezumi started smiling again. Izuku, perfect. Eraser, okay, that's enough you two. We need Izuku to show us what he's been living in for the past near decade. Izuku, yeah about that. Everyone looked at Izuku. Izuku, can I keep it still? I want to have it as a holiday house or a party house. Eraser, sure, problem child, just show us the shack. Eri and Izuku looked at each other and snickered. Time skip. Endeavor, Eraserhead, Nezumi, Izuku, and Eri arrived at his house. Izuku, welcome to my humble abode. He did a mock bow and giggled as everyone looked at the house in front of them. All, each. Izuku, PFFFDD. You should have seen your faces. Endeavor, kid, how'd you do this? Izuku, this? Half a decade of hard work and study. Anyway, I'll pack our stuff and be off. Izuku and Eri walked into their house and packed all essentials. Clothes, toothbrushes, etc. They then started to go to Eraser's house. They stood in front of a bungalow. Eraser, It's not much, but it's home. Izuku, it'll do for tonight. Me and Eri will move into the UA dorms tomorrow anyway. That night, they both slept soundly, excited for the next day. Time skip. 4 days had passed in a blink of an eye. Izuku had been spending time with Eri, walking through parks and just going around the city. Finally, it was time for Izuku to be introduced to Class 2A. He had been waiting half a week to show up to class. He had even prepared a speech to embarrass them, looking forward to seeing their reactions when he revealed himself. Eri, Papa, you're creepy, smiling again. Izuku, oh, sorry sweetheart, I'll try to stop doing it. As they arrived at Eri's school, they heard a scuffle in an alleyway. Izuku, sigh, next to a school as well, how desperate can you get? Eri looked up at Izuku. Izuku, I'll deal with it, you run along now. He gave her a kiss on the head and walked down the alley. As he did so, he took his hair out of his bobble and put on his new mask. He walked around a corner to see an older woman with short spiked hair holding a younger girl against a wall. The girl had pink hair and skin, yellow eyes, and was wearing the UA uniform. Girl, please stop. We're both women here. Woman, well, little missy, there aren't a lot of men around here, are there? What can I do when you're provoking me? Izuku, deep and serious, who dares make a problem in my territory? The woman froze and looked at him, fear in her eyes. Woman, she but Izuku, I'm disgusted with that behavior. Either run or face the consequences. The woman nervously looked at him. Woman, why? Who are you to tell me what to do? Izuku smirks, who am I? A dark aura surrounded him. Izuku, I am the protector of this city, defender of the innocent, bearer of hope, a symbol of vengeance and punishment. I am Reaper. The woman had already run away, leaving behind her fear. Izuku then turns off his bloodlust and walks towards the girl. He is probably going to be her teacher after all, and he has to be a good one. Stay back. What do you want from me? She stammers. I don't want you to do anything. What's your name, kid? Izuku replies in a normal voice. Emina Ishido, sir. What are you doing here, down this alleyway? Shouldn't you be at school? UA, I presume. I was going to UA, but that woman dragged me off the street, and now I'm going to be late and probably expelled. Izuku looks at her sad face. You have Aizawa, don't you? Why you know Aizawa-sensei? She's an old friend, shall we say. Don't worry, I'll get you out of any punishment. Really? Thank you, sir. Meh, it's okay, but you may want to go on my back. We'll get there quicker by roof hopping. Mina nods and climbs onto his back. Time skip to you at... there we go. Let's get started. Mina. He looks back to see a windswept Mina. Meanie, she pouts. Sorry, let's go inside. They enter the building using Mina's ID badge. It was massive. They had been walking for a solid 5 minutes and had just reached the Class 2A door. They could hear the chatter inside. Well, I guess this is where we say goodbye, Mina says. Who said anything about goodbye? He takes off his mask and opens the door. Inside, he sees 2 girls shouting at each other. One, who looks very familiar, has her feet on a desk, while the other, with blue hair, is shouting at her. Leave it up to Katsumi to mess things up on her first day, Izuku thinks. Take your feet off the desk this instant. You are disgracing the seniors and the makers of these desks, the blue-haired girl demands. I don't care about them. What is it to you anyway? Katsumi retorts. Apologies, my name is Tenya Lida, and I am from some private school. Oh, so you're an elite, huh? I'm going to have fun crushing you. Katsumi interrupts. Lida gasps. Crushing? Are you sure you want to be a hero? Izuku has had enough of the noise and decides to intervene. He walks up to Katsumi, swipes her legs off the desk, and pushes the desk up to her chest. He then looks at Lida. Better. Who Ryu? Lida asks. A friend of your sensei. Speaking of your sensei. He glances toward the sleeping bag on the floor. Oi, Aizawa, wake up. Everyone in the room is shocked. Who does he think he is to speak to a teacher like that? Lida stands up to tell him off. Excuse me, That is incredibly rude and completely irresponsible. Izuku cuts her off by releasing some bloodlust. The class freezes and Lita sits down. Aizawa looks towards Mina. Mind explaining to me why you're late? Before she can answer, Izuku interjects. I can answer that, Eraser. He explains everything that happened between them. Okay, your lucky Reaper was there to save you. Thank you, by the way, Vigilante. Sensei, what do you mean Vigilante? That's illegal. As class president, I shall catch him. Lita declares. The exhausts on her legs fire up, and she launches herself at Izuku. Recipro burst, she shouts, swinging her leg down towards his arm. Izuku knows she can't win this fight, so he decides to teach them a lesson. He shoots a glance at Aizawa, who nods. He looks back at the incoming leg nonchalantly. The leg hits his arm and sends him crashing into the wall. The pain is intense, but he decides to put on a little show. He grabs his now stump of an elbow and screams. Agake! The whole class looks at the scene in shock and horror. Lita stares at the arm across the room, frozen. She didn't want this. Izuku glared at her. What did you do? I didn't want this to happen. You were disobeying the law, she stammers, beginning to cry. Izuku thinks, okay, that's enough. Haha. He laughs and the stump starts steaming. That should teach you. Never underestimate your opponent, he adds. Aizawa stops him before he can scare them further. Thank you for that, Reaper. Now everyone shut up and introduce yourself to the class, please, Reaper. The class waits in anticipation. My vigilante name is Reaper, gender, male, quirk, crystallized healing. I can regenerate any wound and cover it with a crystal substance. Drawback, stamina use. I already know all of you because I'm Aizawa's new teaching assistant. HUH? The class exclaims in shock. Aizawa interjects. You heard him right, my assistant. Now shut up before I expel you. She activates her quirk, her eyes glowing red and her hair starting to float. The class, knowing Aizawa's reputation for expelling students, quiets down immediately. Aizawa, good, now put these P uniforms on. I expect you to be at the training field in 10 minutes. A minute late, and you know the consequences. She then left the room. Izuku looked around and saw the pupils' expressions, some fear, pity, a few disgust, and even sadness. Izuku, before you all talk, I want to remind you of why I just said, don't underestimate your opponent, including me. I may be male, but because of my training, I can take on All Might. The various expressions of the pupils transformed into a collective one of shock. Class 2 thought, All Might level? Too powerful. Just as Izuku was about to leave the room, Aizawa returned. Aizawa, before I forget, Reaper, you're doing the test as well. Izuku, okay. Though he looked calm on the outside, he was very angry inside. Izuku, why have you forsaken me, anti-show? He grabbed the biggest uniform they had and started to walk away, but then remembered something. Izuku, but there's only a female changing area. Where am I going to change? A mischievous grin appeared on Aizawa's face, one that Izuku recognized all too well. Izuku, oh no, something isn't right. Aizawa, Nezumi, in all her mighty knowledge, couldn't predict that I'd do this, so you have to change in the same changing area. The whole class blushed at this statement while Izuku just groaned. Izuku, all right fine, but you girls better not try anything funny. He shot a glare at the flustered class and began to walk toward the changing rooms. The class looked at each other and decided to follow. As the girls arrived, they saw Izuku leaning against the wall. Izuku, all right, this is how it's going to work. You change in there, and I'll wait for you to finish, then I'll go change. Kirishima, whoa, that's very womanly. Or manly. Mina, thanks, Reaper-sensei. Tsuyu, yeah, thanks. Karo. Izuku, whatever, just change already. After the girls went into the changing room, he put his mask on and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, the girls were discussing their new teacher. Mina, so what does everyone think of our new hunk of a teacher? Most of the girls blushed. Deku, blushing H-huh? What do you mean? Blushing, Well, I mean he is cute and all, B, but he's our teacher, we can't say that. Lita, yes, I agree. He's our teacher, and even if you talked like that, he's male. I don't even know why he is here. Most girls looked at her in confusion and anger, while some silently agreed with the blue-haired girl. Mina, well, I think he is very muscular and handsome. Suddenly, there was a bang on the door. Izuku, outside, I can still hear you. Please either speak quieter or ask me yourself. Now all of the girls were blushing, realizing that their new male teacher could hear what they were saying. After they had all gotten changed and left the room, Izuku took his turn and started changing. The girls, being curious, sent Hagakure, who was invisible, inside to take some photos. They had also opened the door a little so they could see as well. Izuku knew this was happening and wanted to tease them a bit. Izuku, joining this school was the best decision ever. There's never a calm moment. He then took his jacket off slowly and removed his t-shirt, revealing his abs. But what attracted the girls wasn't just his muscular body, but the scars that told a story of his past. Shoka, who had received a large burn over her left eye due to her own powers, felt like she hadn't gone through anything compared to the man in front of her. The three bullies felt that the scars seemed familiar, as if they had seen them before. Izuku started stretching his arms and looked, closed-eyed, at where Hagakure was hiding. He then opened his eyes and winked at her, startling the girl, who yelped and ran out of the room, crashing into all the other females in the process. Izuku laughed. Izuku, served you right, you sneaky observers. He then got changed and walked outside, where the class and Aizawa were waiting. Izuku, sorry for the wait, everyone. This uniform is made for a girl, not a boy, so. Yeah. The uniform was very tight and outlined every muscle. Most girls were taken aback by his appearance. Izuku, just carry on with the lesson, Aizawa. Aizawa, alright, now that everyone is here, we can start class. Today we are going to do a quirk apprehension test. We'll be doing regular physical tests, but you can incorporate your quirks whenever you see fit. You will be ranked in each event and given an overall score. Whoever is last and deemed unfit will either be expelled or moved to general studies. Any questions? Izumi, what? Me, Shoka and Katsumi just got here from Gen Ed. We can't just go back there. It's not fair. Before Aizawa could respond, Izuku spoke up. Izuku, fair huh? Izuku Yagi ring a bell? All three looked at him. Katsumi stomped over to him, grabbed the collar of his top, and tried to lift him up, which was quite a sight since she was only 5 feet 6 inches while he was 6 feet 3 inches. Katsumi, oi, what do you know about him? Izuku glared at her. Izuku, more than you think, Katsumi. Now, I'd let go before I get my pay reduced for hurting a child. He released a hint of his bloodlust, causing her to falter and let go, walking away with a scoff. The class was curious about who this Izuku person was and how he made Katsumi react like that. One of them began to remember something from years ago. Momo, Izuku. Aizawa, now that that's over, the tests we have to do are ball throw, standing long jump, 50-meter dash, long distance run, grip strength, repeated side steps, seated toe touch and sit-ups. Reaper, you'll do all of these tests last to show them what you can do. Izuku, alright, that's okay. Aizawa, good. Now, Katsumi, what was your best ball throw in middle school? Katsumi, 60 meters. Aizawa, alright, now do it with your quirk. Katsumi, smirking, better hold on to something extra. She caught the ball thrown at her and got into a pitcher's position. She reeled back her arm and threw with an added explosion to propel it further. Katsumi, how's that teach? Aizawa, these tests are here to show you your current limits. Aizawa displayed a screen with the result, 705.2 m. Aizawa, I'll expel whoever comes last, so if you want to survive, go beyond. Class, plus ultra. Izuku winced at the noise. Izuku, ugh, too loud. The class then started the tests and stretched. Time skip after all tests. After all the tests were done, it was Izuku's turn. Aizawa, alright, it's your turn now. First is the 50-meter dash. Izuku thought, Don't want to shatter their pride too hard yet, maybe 40% will do. He got into a sprinter's position and waited for the signal. As soon as the robot started to speak, Izuku was off, halfway across the track in an instant. By the time he reached the end, the robot announced his time. Robot. 2.86 seconds. The class was in shock. He had a healing quirk, not a speed quirk. Even Lita, whose quirk was linked to speed, only managed 3.48 seconds. Kaminari. Yo, how'd you do that? Izuku, a lot of training. Izuku ended up placing first in every other event, standing long jump, cleared the sand. Grip strength, broke the record. Repeated side steps, impressive speed. Long distance run, push-ups, sit-ups, told to stop. Seated toe touch, quite flexible, like a cat. Now it was the ball throw. He was in the circle stretching when Aizawa's capture scarf came flying towards him. He caught it effortlessly and looked at Aizawa. Izuku, really Aizawa? What have I done now? Aizawa, stop holding back. If what I've seen so far is correct, you're only using around 60%, right? The class was no longer shocked. They had seen too much today. They looked to Izuku for his response, and he gestured down with his finger. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Aizawa, 50%? Izuku shook his head. Aizawa, 40%? Izuku, somewhere around there. Aizawa sighed. Do this one with your full power or you'll be in trouble. Izuku, fine, why does everyone want to see my full power? He reeled back his arm and got into a throwing stance, transferring strength from his quirk into his arm. Izuku, here goes. He threw the ball with all his might. Dust was blown everywhere, creating a crater around Izuku. He looked at his arm to see minor cuts. Izuku, that's new. He generated steam from the cuts and covered them with crystal to avoid suspicion. Once the steam cleared, he looked at the astonished class. Izuku, so, how far? Aizawa had a grin as she turned the screen to show the score. Class, 69,420 m. Izuku burst out laughing. Izuku, woo. Let's go. I thought it wouldn't make it, but boy was I wrong. Aizawa. Ignoring his outburst, here are the rankings. Reaper Izumi Yagi Shoka Todoroki Momo Yaoyorozu Katsumi Bakugo Tenya Lita Fumikage Tokoyami Mizo Shoji Mikasa Ackerman Mashireo Ojiro Ijiro Kirishima Mina Ashido Achiko Uraraka Koji Koda Rikido Sato Tsu Azui Yuga Aoyama Hanta Siro Denki Kaminari Kyoka Jiru Tori Hagakure Minoru Mineta. A girl with purple ball for hair started crying, her eyes darting left and right. Aizawa, Mineta, pack your stuff and get out, you're expelled. Mineta, but I can't. I've not even touched Yaoyorozu's. She leaped towards Momo but was caught by Izuku. Izuku, you heard the teacher, now get out before I make you. Mineta, what are you going to do? You have no power over me. Izuku had heard enough. He held her in the air, creating a monstrous face from crystal above his head and deepening his voice. Izuku, you need to leave. So many snacks, so little time. Actually, on second thought, he opens his mouth and goes to bite her head off. Mineta struggles in his hand, trying to get free. Aizawa, Reaper, don't do it. It's not worth it, and it's too much paperwork. Izuku removed the crystal mask. Izuku, fine, but I get to kick her out of the school grounds, right? Aizawa, sure. Izuku then raised the purplet above his head and drop-kicked her over the school fence. Izuku, and it's out of there. He then bowed to the class, who were still frozen in fear. Izuku, I thank you for your hospitality. And may that serve as a warning for those who wanted to do what she did. Aizawa, all right, the syllabus is on your desk in class. Go there for your next lesson. Class, yes, sensei. As they were walking into the school, Izuku felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned to see Momo. Izuku, what does Momo want? Momo, Reaper-sensei, can I speak with you in private? Izuku, sure. They walked to the side of the building, where they spotted All Might peeking around the corner. Izuku, angered, what do you want, number one? All Might, I wanted to check on my daughter and so… Izuku, deep, You lost that privilege long ago. Now go away before I get even more angry. The hero's confidence faltered for a moment before he walked away, defeated. Izuku, sorry you had to see that. Now, what is it you want, Yaoyorozu? Suddenly, Momo slapped him, turning his head to the side and causing a ringing in his left ear. What did he do to deserve this? But that night. Flashback 3 years ago. Izuku was in his vigilante suit, missing his left arm and covered in multiple gunshot wounds. He was jumping from building to building, trying to outrun his pursuers. He had been ambushed by the League of Villains during his daily patrol. After knocking out a few thugs, he was now being chased by a villainess named Muscular, who had the ability to augment her muscles and increase her strength. Izuku had stopped her from harming the water hose duo, and she attacked him in revenge. Bloodied and beaten, she was still a formidable opponent. Izuku ran behind a building and waited for her to follow. As soon as she turned the corner, he took out his bat and hit her in the face, knocking her out. Exhausted, he realized he needed a larger area to transform for faster healing. The Yaoyorozu mansion was only 5 minutes away and had enough space. When he arrived, Momo was in the garden. She heard a noise and turned to see a bloodied vigilante. Momo, your arm. You need medical attention, Izuku? Izuku, wait Momo? How did you know it was me? He reached to feel his face, only to find a broken mask. Izuku, I need you to keep this a secret, okay? And I need you to get a doctor. Momo, okay, I'll be back in a minute. Don't die. As she ran into the house, Izuku raised his remaining arm. Izuku, this is going to hurt. He slapped the spot where his arm should be, triggering a transformation. Lightning struck as a beast emerged from the dust. Titan, Ara. The beast settled and knelt, steam rising from its nape as Izuku popped out, fully healed. Izuku, finally, my arm is back. I thought I would have to use my non-DMT hand for everything. He jumped off the steaming giant and ran towards the sewers just as Momo returned, seeing only steam. Momo, steam? Where's Izuku? Izuku. Izuku. She ran around, only to find nothing and started to cry. Momo, crying, where is he? Flashback and Momo, crying, why did you go that night? Izuku, I'm sorry, okay? I didn't want you to be seen with me and targeted. The best way to protect you was to stay away. He looked down. Izuku, if there's anything you want me to do for you, I'll be happy to do it. Momo, okay, I have a question and a request. Izuku, shoot. Momo, my question is, how old are you? Izuku, oh yeah, you don't know. I'm 16. Momo, what? But you look 20. How? Izuku, a lot of training. Momo suddenly blushed and got flustered. Momo, will you be my boyfriend? Izuku, excuse me? It almost sounded like you said you want me to be your boyfriend. Momo nodded shyly. Izuku studied her for a moment before opening his arms. Izuku, of course, why wouldn't I accept? I would love to be your boyfriend. Her face lit up, and she jumped into his embrace, crying into his neck, not wanting him to leave again. They stood there for a few minutes before Izuku broke the silence. Izuku, we better get back before the next lesson. Momo, sniffle yeah. They walked to the changing rooms, hand in hand. After Momo's confession, the couple walked to the changing room. The girls were suspicious and questioned why she and Izuku were late. Momo, oh, I had to air. But, as she tried to come up with an excuse, Izuku knocked on the door, gaining everyone's attention. Izuku, she wanted to know my real name, but I refused to answer. Tsu, you know Reaper-sensei, you can change in here with us. Karo. All the girls, minus Lita, hummed in agreement. Little did they know, Izuku had turned beet red. Izuku, I don't think that will be necessary. Lita, hump. Maybe it's because all of his strength is compensating for something and is insecure. Wouldn't surprise me. If I were him Izuku stopped stuttering and opened the door, making all of the girls blush. He walked up to the blue-haired girl, glaring at her. Izuku, There is one thing you don't do to a male, and that is insult him. He kept walking until he was right in front of her face. Izuku. But of course, you being the feminist you are, you had to break that rule. Well, in honor of my fellow men, I will prove you wrong. I will prove that men aren't inferior in any way. We can be better. He backed away a few feet and took off his shirt, revealing his toned torso and scars. Izuku, now get changed before I let my instincts let loose. He flashed a confident smile, making all the girls blush this time. After the changing incident, it was time for lunch. Izuku wasn't allowed to sit with the teacher as he was 16, and he thought that Nezumi and Midnight had something planned for him with his students. The hall was big and had enough room for all of the students. In Izuku's opinion, Lunch Rush was the best cook out there. He thought that the cook's food could put Gordon Ramsay's to shame. He had ordered some curry and rice and was seated with Momo, Kirishima, Uraraka, and Mina. They were talking about favorite heroes and quirks until a lunch tray hit Izuku's head. He looked up to see a medium-sized girl with blonde hair and crazed eyes looking at him. Monoma, oh, sorry about that. It seemed that my tray couldn't help but hit that big male head of yours. Haha. The girls at Izuku's table knew that this egotistical comment had crossed a line. Izuku didn't take sexism lightly. Their thoughts were confirmed when Izuku's cheerful voice turned monotone with a hint of malice. Izuku, care to repeat what you just said? Monoma, I said, why did UA accept male scum like you? Huh. The girls looked at Izuku, who now had a dark aura around him. The blonde girl leaned against a pillar. Monoma, what? Cat got your tongue? Seems like you males can't do anything. I bet that Yayorozu there is only using you as a breeding SLV. The bimbo is flashing her money on you to persuade as well. Ha. She was cut off by something flashing past her vision and embedding itself next to her head in the pillar. She shakily looked at it and saw a hero license. Monoma, a W? This must be fake. Alright. She looked around the now silent dining hall to see everyone looking at her in pity. They had all heard rumors about the male vigilante called Reaper teaching here now, and by knowing this, they understood his infamous reputation. Seeing the looks on her classmates' faces, the girl gulped, realizing she had messed with the wrong person. As she was about to try and flee, she felt a massive amount of pressure and bloodlust rushing at her. She fell to her knees, fearfully looking at the man in front of her. Izuku, I'm able to deal with insults towards me. I've been putting up with that for years. But insulting my personal students? Oh no, that is a sin that cannot be redeemed. He slowly walked towards her and drew his blade from its scabbard. The girl's eyes widened in panic. Monoma, you see can't kill me. Heroes don't kill. Izuku chuckled darkly. Izuku, oh? So you didn't read the license, I presume? She looked at the card in her hands and almost fainted. Why did it have to be this guy of all people? Monoma, wire. Izuku, Reaper. I would say it's a pleasure, but it's quite the opposite at the moment. I may change my hero name though. Reaper is a bit menacing. Maybe I can be a symbol of reaping. Monoma closed her eyes as Izuku raised his sword, preparing a slash, but was interrupted by the school's PA. Can Reaper report to the principal's office, please? Reaper to the principal's office, please. Thank you. Izuku sighed and sheathed his sword. Izuku, well, seems like our fun was put on hold for today. Don't die yet, will you? I want that pleasure. He gave her a smile full of malice and walked towards the hallway. Time skipped to principal's office. Izuku opened the door to see his aunt sitting at a desk with a chess mat in front of her, all set up. Nezumi, Izuku, you're finally here. Come, sit down. He nodded and sat in the chair opposite her. Nezumi gestured to the board, and they both started playing. Izuku, there must be another reason why I'm here, not just to play chess. Nezumi chuckles, as sharp as ever. Izuku, this is to test your mental state. You see, some of the teachers are afraid of you and what you've done. So we agreed for you to have 2 tests. This one, which is strategical and mental, and a physical one you will do tomorrow for Class 2A's hero lesson. Izuku replied, I see. It seems that despite all my planning and predictions, they didn't find the letter. Quite disappointing, to be honest. Nezumi, curious, asked, "Oh, the letter? What did it contain?" Izuku explained, "It was a test of how much they missed me and how much they wanted to find me. In the letter, there was the location of where I was staying and a reassurance that I wouldn't turn to villainy. Since it was made of paper and I spent most of my time writing about quirks, if they wanted to find me, they should have just looked in." Nezumi interrupted, "Your journals." "Of course. But where were the journals?" "We searched the entire room." Izuku smirked mischievously. "Ah, this is where my young genius mind came into play. I put all of my journals in a box, hidden in the last place. Anyone would look." He grinned, "In my little sister's room." Nezumi was shocked, realizing the calculating nature of Izuku's mind at such a young age. It was intimidating. She thought, "Thank goodness he's on our side." Izuku then placed a bishop and won the match. Checkmate. Hee, I'm so smart. He put one hand behind his head and wore a goofy smirk. Nezumi thought, and there he goes, back to regular Izuku. She shivered, her mind racing with all the possibilities of what Izuku could do as a villain. It's the end of the day now, and everyone is in the dorm rooms. They sat in a circle, discussing the day and their new teacher. Tsu asked, "So what do you think of Reaper-sensei?" "Ribbit." Kirishima replied, "Well, I think he's really manly." The girls nodded in agreement. Mina added, "Yeah, and cute too. How old do you think he is?" Some girls blushed at his statement. At that moment, Izuku opened the door and overheard Mina. "Well, if you really want to know, just ask. It's not hard." The girls turned to look at him in surprise. Siro asked, "How long have you been there?" Izuku responded, "Long enough to hear what Mina said." The girls looked at him in anticipation. Izuku shrugged, "What?" The girls chorused, "Your age." Izuku replied, "Oh, that. You didn't ask, so I figured you didn't want to know." Lita chimed in. "A perfect show of male stupidity. He can't do anything." She looked at him with a disdainful and smug expression. Izuku simply flipped her off. "Well, if you really want to know, I'll give you a hint. I'm going to pick up my daughter now, and if anyone wants to come, you can join." The girls were shocked. He had a daughter? He said it so casually that it didn't sound like a big deal. Most girls hesitated, but 4 raised their hands eagerly. Izuku, surprised, said, "Oh, you forget ready, I'm heading out in 10 minutes. Ochako, Jiro, Momo, and Mina nodded and hurried to their bedrooms. Izuku added, "Okay, I'm getting changed now. Don't get any ideas." As he walked off, the girls quickly devised a plan to sneak into his room. Siro suggested, "I think we should take a peek." They blushed at the idea. Kirishima said, "But that's not very ladylike." Kaminari countered, "Yeah, but he looked at us while we were changing." They all agreed, "Okay then." They sneaked over to his dorm room and saw a half-dressed Izuku wearing shorts and putting on his shirt. The girls got nosebleeds and steam seemed to come out of their ears. Izuku remarked, "I thought I said don't get any ideas." The girls snapped back to reality and began asking him more questions. Hagakure asked, "So, how old is your daughter?" Izuku replied, "She's 9 right now, and she's the best thing to ever happen to me." The girls looked in shock as they saw Izuku smiling, not with a sadistic or angry expression, but one full of joy and happiness. Tokoyami asked, "When's your birthday?" Izuku answered, "July 15th. Izumi exclaimed, "Hey, that's my birthday as well. That's cool. We're like twins." Izuku replied coldly, "Wasn't Izuku your twin?" She fell silent. The class was intrigued about who this Izuku was but lacked the confidence to ask. Tsu, being the most straightforward, finally asked, "Who's Izuku?" The room turned cold. Izumi stammered, "What are you?" "He's." Izuku interjected, "He was her twin brother." The girls looked at Izumi with curiosity. Siro remarked, "You didn't mention having a brother." Izumi started stuttering, while Katsumi and Shoka looked down. Izuku continued, "I'll answer that. He was her brother but ran away after he snapped." Kirishima asked, What do you mean, snapped? Izuku pointed toward Shoka, Izumi, and Katsumi. What do you think of those three? Kirishima replied, although we haven't talked much, they seem pretty chill. Why do you ask? Izuku sneered. Well, what would you think if I said that they beat Izuku to near death every day, just because he couldn't control what he was, a quirkless male? The girls looked at them in shock and horror. Before they could say anything, they walked into the common room. As they did, they saw the four girls talking. Three were blushing while one smirked smugly. They turned to see Izuku and the rest of the class. All four girls asked, "So, how do we look?" Izuku was stunned. He had been so focused on training in Eri that he forgot about women and relationships. If you looked closer, there was a faint dusting of pink on his cheeks. Izuku replied, stunning. Now, are we going to stand here talking, or are we going to pick up my daughter? The four girls blushed and nodded. They walked out of the room and out of the building. As they strolled down the street, Mina decided to start a conversation. Reaper-sensei, Mina began. Just call me Jaeger, Izuku interrupted. What? Mina asked, confused. It's my last name. When we're in private and out of school time, just call me Jaeger. That goes for you three as well. I see you as close friends. Mina, surprised, responded, Oh, anyway, what is your type of women? She blushed slightly. Izuku, curious, asked, What? Why do you ask? Jur chimed in, Well. Ochako added, Momo kinda. Mina finished, told us. Izuku looked at Momo, who looked away, whistling. He softly smiled and shook his head. What happened to keeping it a secret? It's literally been hours. Momo held her hands up defensively. Well, they are my best friends and they were suspicious. They were very persuasive. Izuku chuckled. Meh, it's all right. As long as they keep it a secret, I'm fine with them knowing. Jairu then said, Well, there's one thing we want to know. Izuku looked at the three ladies. What's that? Ochako replied, Actually, we want to ask two things. First, how old are you? Izuku thought, Why does this sound familiar? Mina added, If there's a big age difference between you and Momo, we need to know. Izuku laughed. She told you that we are dating but didn't tell you my age? That's hilarious. Ochako prompted, So? Izuku answered, Oh, I'm 17 in a few months. The three girls were shocked. Jairu exclaimed, But you look like you're in your early 20s. Ochako added, And how are you a teacher at this age? Mina reminded them, Did you guys just forget something? He has a daughter at 16. Ochako and Jairu exclaimed, Oh yeah. How? Izuku explained, Adoption. They all nodded in understanding. Izuku asked, Where were you going with this conversation again? Mina stammered, Well, Momo interjected, You know when you were getting changed, they cornered me and asked about me and you. Izuku nodded. Momo continued, And they want to ask you something. Izuku looked at them questioningly. They all blushed and shifted. Jairu, blushing, said, Well, we all wanted to know something. Ochako added, blushing, But we may not be the best looking. Mina finished, But we want to ask you. All three girls asked in unison, Will you go out with us? Izuku was stunned. Not only did three girls confess to him, but they were all good-looking and kind as well. He looked at Momo, questioning why she hadn't flipped out yet. Momo said, I've already answered them. I said as long as I'm the main, I'm fine with it. He looked at the girls who were waiting in anticipation. He opened his arms and warmly smiled at them. I accept, now come here. The three girls jumped onto him and cried into his chest. After a minute, Momo spoke up. Now girls, we need to make it official. The girls nodded and looked at Izuku. Izuku asked, What do you mean? He was cut off by all four girls kissing him on the cheeks. When they leaned back, they saw a bright red Izuku, babbling gibberish. Ochako giggled, I think we broke him. Jairu chuckled, Yeah. Momo said, All right, it's time to get his daughter back from school now, okay? Mina exclaimed, Oh, let's go. She grabbed the still red Izuku and started walking towards the school just down the road. Izuku thought, What has happened to my life? Izuku had started to function again and now had 4 girls in his life. He thought, geez, looks like Eri has a few mothers. Oh no, how am I going to tell Eri? What Izuku didn't realize was that he said that aloud, and the 4 girls were now furiously blushing at the thought of being mothers to Izuku's child. Mina started to drool a bit. They snapped out of their trance to see that they had arrived at Eri's school. Izuku looked towards the girls beside him. "Sue, you going to follow me or wait here?" They said they would wait so he could explain everything to Eri. He nodded and made his way to the front of the school. As he walked up, many women looked up at him in surprise or admiration. The shirt he was wearing was pretty tight and didn't leave much to the imagination, and he was rather tall, something that women tended to like. He ignored the stares and continued his walk to the door. As he got there, he was looking for Eri until, "Eri," he heard. "Daddy," she exclaimed, running towards him. He turned to see a white blur crash into his chest. "Oh, calm down, Snowball, it's only been a few hours." But it felt like forever. Izuku chuckled and held her hand while walking back through the gates of her school. "So, how was school today?" he asked. "It was easy for me. We did some multiplication of 3-digit numbers and then had some reading time. But that's not important. How was your first day at UA?" Izuku smiled. "Okay, where to start?" "Well, I scared a bunch of children, absolutely annihilated a bunch of children, expelled a child and mumbles, maybe got a few girlfriends. Eri, what was that, Papa? It almost sounded like you said that you, someone who shows little emotion except anger and estism, got a few girlfriends." 13 Izuku, well. Eri then squealed and started questioning him. "Eri, who are they? Are they nice? What are their names? What are their quirks? Are they pretty? Do they like you?" Mumble mumble. 8 Izuku just sweat dropped. "Izuku, Eri, you're mumbling again." "Huh, just like I used to do at her age." 2 Eri then snapped out of it and shyly tugged on her dress. "Eri, oh sorry." "Izuku, it's okay sweetheart. Anyway, they wanted to see you and they are here." Eri, excited, "Really? I get to see them?" Izuku, "Yeah, they're right around the corn dash." As he was about to finish the sentence, he saw his 4 new girlfriends cornered by the woman from this morning and 4 more women. Izuku was livid, his pupils shrunk and he gained a feral grin. He spoke to Eri in a scarily calm voice. 3 Izuku, "Eri, you can sit this one out, Papa's going to have some fun." Eri, "Okay Papa, don't hurt them too badly." He just nodded and took an earpiece from his pocket. He tapped a button on the side and is transformed into his prototype Vigilante mask. He slowly walked up to them and he heard their conversation. "Woman, oh I thought I lost you this morning my sweet, and it looks like you brought your friends Oswell." She licks her lips. "Woman, and looks like your knight in shining armor isn't here Pinky you are so teasing." Izuku's eye twitched and constructed further if that was possible. "Izuku, OH, you have just done F'd up." Everyone instantly turned to the source of the noise and saw the man in a mask. The woman's face fell of all color as she knew what was about to happen. "Woman, please. I was joking. You gotta believe me." To Izuku, "Oh? Joking was it? Tell me what was the punchline? Was it when you raped them? Or when you died?" He then disappeared from everyone's view and reappeared in front of the woman with a fist covered in blue crystals in her face. The force of the punch instantly killed her. The other 4 women shakily looked at his bloody figure as he says something that will scar them for life. 2 Izuku, you get out of here right now and say nothing of this moment, and you might just live. They all furiously nod and run away with their tails between their legs. Izuku just sighed and switched out of crazy mode to concerned mode in an instant. He looked toward his girlfriends with worry evident in his eyes. "Izuku, you alright girls? Did they do anything?" They all shook their heads and Izuku sighed in relief. "Ochako, but what about Eri? Is she here?" Izuku, "Yes, she's back Eri then jumped out from behind a bin and said, "Eri, I am here." 11 Izuku internally flinched as the girls' faces turned from one of concern to one of love. "MO/O/J/me, Kawaii. They all start hugging the little girl as Eri just giggles and tries to break free. Eri, giggles mamas. That tickles. The girls stop for a moment and blush, all thinking the same thing. MO/O/J/me, I'm the mama. 3. They were about to go into another fit of tickling before Izuku stopped them. Izuku, alright you give, let's stop there. We need to get back to the dorms before people start thinking that I've kidnapped you. All 5. Yes, Izuku/Papa King Crimson 3. As the 6 arrive at the dorm door, they hear the conversation within the common area. Sue, well I think that Reaper Sensei is pretty mature for how he looks. They couldn't see it from where they are, but they could assume that all of the girls are blushing at this statement. Kirishima, what do you mean by that? Sue, I mean that he is young and has a stable job, business, and even a daughter. He even has a stable mentality after killing many villains. Izuku then decided to open the door to announce his arrival. And to make some girls embarrassed. Izuku, that is true. But have I actually ever given you my age yet? No, I haven't. The girls turned to him in surprise. Kaminari, how long have you been listening? Izuku, long enough to make sure that my daughter doesn't get scarred by your conversation. Speaking of my daughter, Eri, it's okay to come in now. All the girls turned to see a little girl with white long hair, red eyes, and a horn on her head. They all had the same thing going through their heads. Everyone, so cute, Eri. Hello, I'm Eri Yeager and my quirk is rewind. I like my papa, donuts, heroes, and anything to do with apples. I don't like people who try to hurt papa, people who try to take me away from papa, and spiders. 26. The class then introduced themselves one by one. Izuku, now that everyone's familiar, let's put down some rules. All of the girls get a chill down their spine as they look into Izuku's glare. Izuku, rules so that I don't kill you. No swearing in front of Eri, no fighting in front of Eri, no inappropriate stuff in front of Eri, no harm to Eri, upset her and you will be in a world of pain. Any questions? 5. The class just shake their head except for one, who just had to open her mouth. Lida, I have one, why can't we do anything in front of her? It's bullish dash. 17. She was then bitch slapped into the wall by and irritated Izuku. Izuku, you just broke rule 1, and now you've paid the price. Any other questions? The class shook their heads again. Izuku, good, now carry on. The day after the introduction, Izuku woke up and mentally prepared himself for the test he had to face today. He was still drowsy but feeling better than he had been. Izuku, I'm so tired. What happened last? And he turned to see Momo laying in his bed wearing some panda pajamas. After processing what he was looking at, he immediately screamed. Izuku, what the heck? Why am I in bed with a appealing lady? And I'm not even drunk this time? During Izuku's confusion, Momo woke up and looked around. After she realized where she was, she slowly turned her head to Izuku. Hearing what he said, a dark aura surrounded her. She leaned towards him and smiled sweetly. Momo, Izu. What do you mean this time? At this moment, Izuku was sweating bullets. He got skittish and started rambling. Izuku, I mean you don't, but, bye. He then ran out of his room as fast as he could, with Momo shouting for him to come back. After he thought he was far enough away, he stopped to take a breath. Izuku, phew. Women are scary, especially when they're angry. Too bad that nearly everyone in this school is female. This is a nightmare. Why did I agree to this? He turned a corner and saw the whole class sitting at the table with their breakfasts. He was going to sit with them but thought better of it because they needed to earn his trust. He shook his head and went to make some pancakes. After making himself a whole plate full of the fluffy goodness, he stood at the counter and started to dig in. The class was confused as to why he was doing this and asked him why. Siro, hey teach, why don't you sit with us? Mina, yes sensei, sit with us. A slight dusting of pink covered his face that only Ochako, Momo, Jairu, and Mina picked up on. Izuku, ahem, no thanks, you guys. It's quite inappropriate for a teacher to socialize with their students. Lida, humph. More like you don't have the courage to do it because you're too embarrassed to be around so many appealing ladies. Izuku groaned and rolled his eyes. Izuku, oh my god. Lita, stop your nonsense for 5 minutes, please. I'm begging you, it's getting on my nerves. If you don't stop, I'm going to have to put you in your place. Everyone fell silent and listened to what Izuku said. Some were blushing at the thought of it. Izuku saw this and had a confused expression. Izuku, what are they thinking about? Izuku, and what have I said about mentioning or insulting a man's dignity? Just to prove you wrong and annoy you, I'll sit here now. He then sat in between Jairu and Ochako, who slightly shuffled in their seats closer to him. After he started to eat, Kaminari decided to ask a question. Kaminari, sensei? Izuku, full mouth ya? Kaminari gained a small blush. Kaminari, I was waiting for someone else to point it out, but where is your shirt? Izuku stopped eating and looked at his bare chest, which had a well-defined build. He then looked back up to see that all of the girls were blushing. Izuku, oh that. I normally don't wear a shirt in the morning, so I forgot to put one on today. You don't mind, do you? All of the girls shook their heads rapidly, while 4 had mini glares that Izuku felt and shuddered at. Izuku, you know what, on second thought, I'm just going to get changed and wait for you in class. He then sprinted to his room, woke up Eri, who was in the room connected to his, and got both of them changed. Time skip. We see Izuku leaning in the corner of the classroom while everyone is chatting away in their own seats, thinking he is asleep. Izumi, so what do you guys think of Reaper-sensei? Tsu, I thought we already had this conversation last night. Izumi, we did, but we didn't get to finish because he cut us off by entering the room. Katsumi, and that guy still hasn't told us his age or real name. Hagakure, now that you mention it, he hasn't. Why do you think that is? Momo, it's pretty obvious if you think about it. Katsumi, what's obvious, ponytail? Momo, he just doesn't trust us enough. I mean, yeah, he is our teacher, but we really know little about him other than what everyone knows because he keeps it from us in clever ways. It's rational and minimizes the risk of getting blackmailed or stuck in a corner with no way out. Eraser, that's quite an astute observation, Yaoyorozu. With such little information and time with him, impressive. While everyone had been listening, they failed to notice that Eraserhead had arrived. Izuku, who had been awake the entire time, just smiled internally at Momo being praised by someone known for their pessimistic views. Eraser, anyway, we had a faculty meeting and decided that Mr. Reaper over there needs to be tested before he can be deemed physically and mentally stable enough to continue teaching you all. She then threw a RBB at Izuku, who caught it with his eyes closed and spoke his mind. Izuku, if Eraserhead uses a RBB, is it technically infanticide? Kaminari, huh? Too many big words. Momo, infanticide verb, the action of a mature animal killing a younger one of its own species. Eraser glared at Izuku. Eraser, shut it, smart aleck, and get ready. You're going to be fighting the teachers. Izuku, this sounds easy enough. When and where? Eraser, Fake City A, as it has the most space needed, and in 10 minutes. Izuku, okay, is Eri going to watch as well? Eraser, only if you want her to see her papa beaten up. Izuku's calm face turned into one of mock hurt as he placed his hand over his heart. Izuku, ouch, you have that little faith in me? I'm hurt truly. Oh well, I guess I'll just die then. He then walked to the window, opened it, and before anyone could react, he jumped out. At first, everyone was in shock, but they then turned to Aizawa and Eri, who had irked expressions on their faces. Mikasa, why aren't you worried? He just jumped out of a window. Aizawa, he does this all the time when I try to catch him, and he has his ODM gear anyway. Eri, yeah, Papa is many things, but suicidal isn't one of them. He knows his limits and tries to play within them. Most of the time. After the class settled down, they began to leave the room, all except 3, who had the same thought going through their heads. That's exactly how he left us. Time skip. Everyone was in the meeting room, watching screens that showed what Izuku was doing below in his hero suit. Nezumi, Okay then, Reaper, you will be fighting the entire workforce of UA, excluding Lunch Rush, Hound Dog, and 13 for obvious reasons. Izuku just nodded. Nezumi, now, the teachers participating in the event are Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Present Mike, Cementos, Midnight, Vlad King, Eraserhead, Snipe, and him, haha. I am here. As a teacher. Izuku's face shifted from boredom to excitement. Izuku, yes. I have been wanting to fight you for years. I can't wait to put you back in your place like I did the day you captured me. The class looked confused, and Nezumi explained. Nezumi, you see, Class 2A, Mr. Reaper and all might have a rough history that may be exposed today. On the day of his capture, he got a few good hits in, but it was more like a spar. We've added a microphone into his mask/earpiece without his knowledge so we can hear everything that is said down there if they argue. Class, back down with Izuku. He anxiously awaited the starting timer and was excited when he heard a countdown. He got into a sprinter's stance as the heroes ran to different places. He charged his titan strength throughout his body, not enough to transform, but the floor cracked as a crater formed from the power he was unleashing. Go! He sped off faster than Lita and met his first opponent, Power Loader. The teacher used his massive hands to burrow under the ground and tried to surprise Izuku. Knowing virtually everything about everyone's quirk in the school, Izuku crystallized his hand and plunged it into the ground, grabbing the engineer's head. He yanked her out of the ground and threw her into a wall. Power Loader immediately jumped out of the wall and barely dodged a punch aimed at her face. Izuku, impressive, you got up. PL, 2 years of being blown up by a certain pink-haired girl's failed inventions does that to you. Izuku, failed her? I may have to visit her after this. But for now, I have a test to finish. He then grabbed the orange-haired woman's shoulders and forcefully pulled her toward him while head-butting her, knocking her out. Izuku gently laid her on the ground and cracked his neck. Izuku, man, that always hurts. He then sped off in search of more opponents. The unfortunate ones he found were Midnight and Present Mike. He stealthily ran behind them and knocked the human cockatoo, which alerted the R-rated hero. She turned to find Izuku right in front of her. Midnight, oh my god. He's so. No, bad Namuri. You are his aunt. It is not allowed, you'll ruin your relationship with him. Izuku appeared in front of her, and she ripped a piece of her sleeve to release her sleeping gas. Izuku saw this and gained a devilish grin. Izuku, wow, removing clothing. Geez, take me out for dinner first at least. This comment made Midnight blush profusely and babble incoherently. Midnight, no. That's not, I didn't. Izuku smirked wider and decided to tease her more. He got closer and put a finger under her chin. Izuku, it's okay though, I'll just have you for dinner. At this point, Midnight had a red face with steam coming out of her ears. She then passed out from extreme embarrassment while Izuku heartily laughed. In the viewing area, 4 girls share the same thought. M/M/O/J, Izuku, you're getting punished tonight. As he lays down, he suddenly freezes, a chill running down his spine. Izuku chuckles, I'm in danger. He shakes it off and walks around a corner into an alley, sensing something was off. A small presence. She finally decided to fight. The class watches, confused as they see nothing around Izuku. He looks up towards a rooftop and speaks. So, is it just you, Aizawa, or is there another one? Especially a certain cowgirl? He turns and points to a seemingly random spot. The class is baffled, unsure of what he's doing. Just then, 2 figures appear from where he pointed. Aizawa remarks, damn it, problem child, when they said you were good, I didn't believe it, but now that I see it, I guess they were right. What about you, Snipe? Snipe responds, yeah, he's a real sharpshooter, and at his age, it's quite astonishing. Izuku smiles and pretends to be bashful. Ah shucks, stop, you're making me blush. Anyway, I'm supposed to be the villain here, right? Since all of you are official heroes. Aizawa confirms, yes, you are the villain in this scenario. Why do you ask? Izuku smirks, Oh, just so I know not to hold back anymore. He then gets into his fighting stance. They wait for a solid minute before Izuku dodges a bullet shot at him. He grabs the capture scarf thrown at him and yanks it, pulling the holder towards him. He then gets hit in the stomach by a kick, which he grabs and throws the user into the wall beside him. He then pulls Aizawa out of the man-shaped hole in the wall. Aizawa shakily stands and gets into her stance again. Just as he is about to kick her, a sudden pain in his head causes him to imagine a bullet piercing his shoulder. He leans back as the bullet grazes his arm. Standing straight again, he looks between the very confused duo of heroes. Snipe is especially puzzled, as her quirk is perfect for shooting and she has never missed a shot. Izuku just shrugs and grins. Well, looks like I can do that now. He resumes kicking Aizawa in the stomach and throws one of his concealed knives at Snipe. She jumps out of the way in fear of being hit but doesn't see the knife that impales her leg. Ouch, she exclaims. Izuku grins and starts to walk towards her but is stopped by a scarf wrapping around his body. He sighs and looks towards the barely standing Aizawa. Come on Aizawa, you're going to hurt yourself. Eraser responds, no. True heroes never fall, never surrender. No matter the cost. Izuku smiles warmly. That's what I've always liked about you, anti-show, your unwavering heroic spirit that I may or may not have myself. Class 2A gasps, Auntie? Eraser insists, you definitely have it. You're the first kid I've seen with this amount of potential. I'm scared just thinking of what would happen if you went to the villain's side. Izuku replies, you do care. I knew that underneath all that grumpiness and pessimism, there's a sweet soul. Eraser asks, what are you going to do, surrender? We've got you trapped. Izuku shakes his head. Well you see, there's one thing you didn't account for in this situation. Eraser inquires, what is it? Izuku reveals that I have a weapon other than myself. He draws one of his swords strapped to his chest and cuts the capture scarf, leaving a strip of cloth and a confused Aizawa. Eraser stammers, but how? That was woven with a steel carbon alloy. Izuku smirks, there is so much you don't know about me, my dear aunt. He swiftly knocks her out with a chop to the pressure point on her neck. He then sighs and throws another knife, aiming at Snipe's head. The handle hits her head, knocking her out as well. Well, that's 5 down, 4 to go. As he walks out of the alley, he is met with the sight of Ectoplasm, Vlad King, and Cementos. He groans and puts away his sword, replacing it with a knife. Well, guess I have to fight some high-ranking heroes. Again. By the way, how are the bruises I gave you when you foolishly tried to take me in, Miss Vlad King? Vlad King growls, they're fine, now fight. She forms ropes from the blood stored on her back and throws them towards Izuku, who gracefully jumps over and kicks Ectoplasm in the chest, knocking her back. He jumps back, narrowly avoiding a pillar of cement aimed at him. Izuku thinks, I'm getting flashbacks to Overhaul. Meh, doesn't matter, he's gone. He slices another spike of blood aimed at his head by throwing a knife at Vlad King's arm, cutting it but not causing permanent damage. Vlad King groans, losing focus, and the spikes collapse, which brings Izuku relief. He approaches Vlad King and feigns a punch, which she falls for, only to be hit with a kick to the ribs and a punch to the arm by a crystallized arm, breaking hers in the process. This time, Vlad shouts in pain. Damn it! Izuku replies, hurts, doesn't it? He then punches her in the nose, instantly knocking her out. Izuku then gets hit by a kick to the side, and then another and another. He stands up and sees Ectoplasm, with what looks like a gray-white vapor coming out of her mouth. The vapor then grows and solidifies into exact clones of Ectoplasm. Izuku knows that it's going to be a tough fight with her as his opponent, and with Cementos giving support. Izuku, hey, how are the legs? Ectoplasm, they're working perfectly, and I have to thank you for saving me before more damage. She throws more kicks, most of which Izuku catches, but some hit him, causing him some decent damage. Izuku, how do the prosthetics I made you feel? He catches a kick aimed at his head and directs his own right back at Ectoplasm's head. Ectoplasm, they feel great, but after a few years, they're starting to stiffen up. She sends multiple clones to surround Izuku, who throws knives at all of them, making them explode into clouds of gas. Izuku, alright, after I win the test, I'll start work on another pair for you. He crouches, dodging a kick, but gets hit on his arm and back, making him fall forward. Cementos then covers him in cement and hardens it, trapping him. Ectoplasm, so confident that you'll beat us, huh? Admit defeat now, and we can all go home. Izuku thinks, they got me. I may have to transform. But they'll find out. Meh, they'll find out eventually. Izuku, I. The two await his surrender, and Class 2A waits at the edge of their seats, anxious about what will happen to their teacher. Izuku, I admire your confidence. This shocks the two. He's trapped under concrete. What can he do? Cementos, what do you mean? You're trapped under 5 inches of premium-grade concrete. Izuku, well, it's nothing personal, Buet. He flexes his back, and the concrete cracks. Izuku, I may have to get a little serious. Black thunderclouds accumulate overhead, and the two are confused. Wasn't his quirk crystallized healing? Does he have multiple quirks? The class in the viewing area is also confused, having no clue what he's talking about. Nezumi notices their confusion and explains. Nezumi, so what did Reaper tell you his quirk was? Izumi, he said crystallized healing. Whenever he gets hurt, he can heal himself and cover the wound in crystals. Nezumi, oh ho ho, that's quite devious of him. Mina, what do you mean, ma'am? Momo, she means that Reaper Sensei was lying about his quirk to us. Wasn't he? Although Momo already knew Izuku's real quirk, she had to play along to avoid raising suspicion. Nezumi, quite right, Miss Yaoyorozu. He has been lying to you all the time. Kirishima, that's not manly. Nezumi, that it may be, but he does it for a very personal reason, which I am totally gonna spill soon. Haha. Sue, if you don't mind me asking, ma'am, what is his real quirk? Nezumi, yes. Well, you see, before the dawn of mankind, there was a humanoid civilization called Titans. They were called this because of their giant size, ranging from 5 meters to 600 meters. They each had various powers and abilities passed down from generation to generation. Kaminari, not to sound disrespectful, but what does that have to do with Sensei's quirk? Siro, yeah. Nezumi, well, if my assumption is correct, the lightning will show you. Siro, huh. They look back to the screen to see lightning flashing in the now dark sky and the wind picking up. Izuku, I haven't done this in a while, so be ready for anything. Ectoplasm, what do you mean, kid? Izuku, oh, well, you see. I am superior to you in every way. I am more than you. The thunder grows closer together. Izuku, this Titan. He bites down on his tongue, and the thunder finally falls. Roo air. Concrete is thrown everywhere as Izuku's attack Titan transforms, knocking Cementos and Ectoplasm back a good few meters. They stand in awe and fear as they see the Titan in front of them look up to the sky and give a second battle cry. Titan? The class stands there in shock and fear. What was that thing? Fortunately for them, Kaminari is the one to speak what is on everyone's mind. Kaminari, okay, I'll be the first to ask. What the hell is that thing? Nezumi, that thing is Reaper's true quirk. It is one he has called Titan. He has the ability to transform into various Titans of all shapes and sizes. Siro, he can change into more of them? Nezumi, well, yes. So far, he can transform into 6. This one being the one he calls the Attack Titan because of its increased strength and speed and its lean muscular physique. She then looks towards Izumi, Shoka, and Katsumi, who are staring blankly at the screen. Nezumi, that quirk sound familiar, you 3? Lita, what do you mean, ma'am? There's no way that they know. Izumi, that was Izuku's quirk. Nezumi, correction, Miss Yagi. That is Izuku's quirk. Shoka, shakily, so that means? Nezumi, yes, Miss Todoroki. That means that he is Izuku. Ajuru, I'm sorry to ruin the moment, but I believe I wasn't here when we were introduced to this Izuku person, and I don't know who he is. Nezumi, well, that young man, the highly feared symbol of justice, reaper, successful businessman, and powerful hero down there, is none other than the abused, neglected, and forgotten Izuku Yagi, older twin of Izumi Yagi. The class turns to Izumi, who has tears streaming down her face while smiling. Kaminari, he's her brother? Nezumi, legally, yes. Personally, no. They had a falling out about 8 years ago now. Anyway, I'm sure he'll explain all when he's done. Now watch the fight. Back down with Izuku, ectoplasm and Cementos had been knocked out by the creature, and it was now on the prowl for a certain blonde. The beast had resorted to smashing buildings to attract the attention of All Might. Izuku said, well, I am a villain technically, Sue. He was about to smash another apartment complex until he heard a familiar shout. All Might exclaimed, I am here. Stop now, villain. The creature roared back in response. All Might jumped up and shouted, Detroit! Smayoash! The punch connected with the Titan's hand, sending dust flying everywhere. All Might was launched back into a building, and there was a loud thud from the Titan's direction. The class waited in anticipation, hearing only the breathing of All Might and the grunts of the Titan. They were about to relax until they heard a deep, demonic voice. The Titan said, Pitiful. Is this all that humanity can do? All Might watched in fear as the Titan stood up with no left arm, looking down at him with an angry expression. The Titan continued, I had my hopes up, Toshinori, but they have been diminished. All Might shouted, We are family, now come back home, son. The beast didn't like that. Not one bit. Its face twisted from anger into extreme hatred and rage. The Titan roared, You lost that privilege of calling me that 8 years ago, Toshinori. I would rather die than call you father after what you did. It then grabbed All Might and threw him into the ground, stomping on him repeatedly. It kicked him into another building and ran after him, punching him when he landed. After all the beatings, All Might had passed out, still in his muscle form. This made Izuku sigh and drop him while walking to the viewing area. As he walked, steam released from his nape as a slit was made. By the time he got to the window, the Titan knelt, and Izuku stepped out of its nape. He knocked on the window and everyone looked at him. Izuku asked, Did I win? The class looked at him in shock. Not only had he just defeated the #1 hero, but he also turned out to be one of their classmates' twin brothers. This was too much to handle. Nezumi was the only one to expect this outcome, so she was the first to respond calmly. Yes, little nephew, you did win. And in quite a spectacular fashion, if I do say so myself, Nezumi said. Izuku sighed, realizing the implications. They found out, didn't they? Nezumi replied, Oh yes, they did, Izuku. You need to explain, especially to those 3. She pointed at Mina, Ochako, and Jairu, who were looking at him with a glare and tears forming in their eyes. Izuku thought, Oh no, I never told them my actual name or my backstory, did I? I thought Momo did that. Kirishima asked, What do you mean, ma'am? Why do they need an explanation more than us? Nezumi didn't say anything. She just looked at Izuku, who was deep in thought. After a few seconds, Izuku sighed and finally spoke up. Because they are my girlfriends, he admitted. The class's jaws dropped at this statement. How did they not know about this? They literally saw each other every day. Hagakure exclaimed, Okay, when, how, why, where? Izuku explained, Well, when I got together with those 3 yesterday before picking up Eri from school. How? They asked me out. Why? I dunno. Where? Same as the first one. But me and Momo have known each other from before UA and my vigilantism, but we lost contact before we could confess. The class's jaws dropped even further as they looked at Momo, who giggled at their reactions before nodding. The class then looked back at Izuku, who was now sipping tea with Nezumi while smirking at their reactions. But one person had to speak up. Lita said, But aren't you 20? That's very much inappropriate as they are so much younger than you. Both Nezumi and Izuku looked at each other in shock, confusion, and disbelief. Izuku raised his hands and signed to Nezumi. How did she get in the hero course? Nezumi and Momo both chuckled at this statement, as they were the only ones who knew sign language. I have no idea, Izuku, no idea, Nezumi replied. Izuku then looked back at Lita, who had a smug smirk on her face, thinking she had cornered him. Are you serious? Izuku asked. Lita recoiled in shock at this statement. She hadn't imagined him to respond like that. WLI. Izuku interrupted, I have been training you for 2 long days, and you still think having no advantage is going to make you better than me? Lita stammered, yes. Izuku retorted, not only am I more skilled than you, but I have the high ground. Lita exclaimed, Izuku continued, have you ever read The Art of War? She shook her head. It says in bold, do not mess with the high ground, Lita. He put his tea down and put his face in his hands. Izuku, this is honestly why you're not a class president, never mind a hero. You're not thinking clearly and are more emotional than that girl I kicked out on the first day. At this point, Lita was just looking at the ground, awaiting more verbal abuse. Izuku, also, I'm her twin brother. A look of realization flashed across Lita's face. Lita, how could I have forgotten that? Izuku, I'm 16. He then looked towards a teary-eyed Izumi, Shoka, and Katsumi. They stared at him in disbelief, as if they were scared he wasn't really there or if it was a dream. They realized that the teacher who was always angry, strong, and successful was the same kind cinnamon roll from 8 years ago. They couldn't believe it. Izumi approached him slowly. Izumi, B-brother. Izuku held a hand out in front of him, stopping her in her tracks. Izuku, no. I'm going to stop you right there. He looked up with dull eyes, making her feel like he was staring into her soul. Izuku, I'm not your brother anymore. She slowly looked down and quietly sobbed. Izuku, at least not until you prove it to me. Her head shot back up, and she furiously nodded with hope and determination in her eyes. Izumi, yes, Reaper-sensei. Izuku may have looked stoic on the outside, but inside he was proudly smirking. She may have been a nuisance for 4 years because of the bullying, but he couldn't deny he had affection for his little sister. They had their disputes, but they were still connected by blood, and the only way to sever that connection was through death. He couldn't use his bullying as an excuse since he was male and they were females who were just getting used to their quirks. He then looked at Shoka. She was different. He had a crush on her when they were kids, but due to the bullying, that view of her was dulled. Although she never went as far as causing permanent damage, she did give him a few ice burns and insults every now and again. Not much compared to the other two, but it still hurt him, even if it wasn't mostly visible. She looked at him quietly, hoping for the best but emotionally preparing him for the worst. Izuku sighed and ran his hand through his hair. Izuku, although you didn't do as much damage as the other two, you still have to earn my trust and respect. That starts with using both parts of your quirk. He noticed her expression lighten in relief. She nodded calmly and agreed. Shoka, okay, I'll try. He slightly nodded to her in acknowledgement. He then turned to Katsumi. The mood visibly darkened as he slowly looked in her direction. His face shifted from calmness to disappointment. He sighed and shook his head. Izuku, and then there was one. Katsumi, Izuku, don't call me that. You lost that privilege like Tashinori lost the privilege of calling me son. Katsumi, teary-eyed, said, but Izuku mocking replied, but what? What can you say that can change the years of emotional and physical abuse delivered by your hand? What can you say? I'm listening. Katsumi was now crying, realizing the full extent of what she had done to him. There was silence for a few seconds before Izuku scoffed and crossed his arms. Izuku, that's what I thought. He then started walking out of the viewing area, arms crossed and a prideful attitude surrounding him. As he was about to exit, he stopped and looked back with a sad expression. Izuku, do you want to know the worst part? The whole class, along with Nezumi, looked at him. Izuku, I thought you could change. How foolish I was. He then left the room, leaving a crying Katsumi on her knees, with Izumi and Shoka looking at her sadly, a shell-shocked class, and a calm Nezumi sipping on her tea. As soon as he reached the doorframe, Izuku froze. He felt 3 glares upon his back and knew exactly who they were from. He slowly turned back and shakily smiled towards his girlfriends. Izuku, hey girls. What's up? The girls ignored him and walked up to him in an intimidating manner. Mina, Izuku, did you forget about us? She grabbed his collar and brought him down to her level. Ochako, because if you did, a dark aura surrounded Mina, Ochako, and Jiru. Jiru, you will have to be punished by now. Izuku was sweating bullets. He had never been this scared before in his life. Him, the almighty, vastly feared Reaper, killer of villains, was petrified by 3 teenage girls. What had happened to him? No, he could fight them. He just needed to be confident. Izuku, I don't know why you're talking abo. He was stopped by another glare joining the opposing team. Izuku's confidence instantly dropped. Izuku, and Momo. Not you too. Momo, you better run, Izuku, gladly. He then sped off faster than he did at the start of the test, not knowing where he was going, only that he needed to get away from the scary bunch before he got caught. He ran away so far that, before he knew it, he was at the support department. Izuku thought, support department, huh? I told Power Loader that I'd take a look around, might as well do it now. As he reached for the door handle, a green explosion erupted from within the room, blowing the door off its hinges and sending a figure tumbling toward him. When Izuku opened his eyes, he saw a girl with pink hair in dreadlocks. She wore a black tank top, black gloves, steampunk-style goggles, and the issued UA skirt with a blazer tied around her waist. But the most striking feature was her golden eyes with crosshairs at the center. Diamen, that's the 3rd time this week. Good thing they cushioned the door to make the landing easier, she said, pushing herself up but pausing as she realized what she was lying on. Wow, they really outdid themselves making this cushioning. She poked and prodded it. It's not too soft but also rock hard. It almost feels like... The girl looked up straight into Izuku's face, her breath hitching. Oh no. What do I do? I just prodded one of the 2 men in UA. Will he sue me for something? What do I do? What do I do? Her thoughts were interrupted by Izuku's voice. For him, she had just stared at him for 10 seconds. She was undeniably appealing, but the situation was a bit awkward. Take a picture, it will last longer, he said, breaking the tension. This snapped her out of her thoughts as she realized she was lying chest first on him. He was very attractive and well-built, and she quickly looked away, blushing profusely. So, mind explaining to me why you hit me with your body at 50 miles per hour? Izuku asked, dusting himself off. All of Mei's embarrassment vanished when he mentioned something about her inventions. Oh, that's because I was tweaking some of my babies. They weren't fully perfect yet, so I had to adjust some things. Mei's eyes widened as she covered her mouth, realizing she had let her nickname for her invention slip. She waited for laughter or insults, peeking at Izuku, who seemed deep in thought. Babies, huh? Makes sense since she's in the support department. It isn't wrong for an inventor to have some sort of attachment to their machines, he thought. So, what's the problem with the invention? Seeing that the explosion color was distinctly green, I assume it had something to do with copper sulfate, which is normally used in hydraulics or propulsion. Were you trying to do something like that? Mei was startled. Not only had he accepted her term for her invention, but he was actively conversing with her about the problem. Why yeah, I was trying to make a grappler invention where the user has to wear a harness that pulls the entire body instead of just one limb. Izuku was partially impressed with her idea. He already had the blueprints for the same concept, but as a hero, it was his job to inspire others to do their best. Well, mind showing me the blueprints so I can check for any faults? Mei looked at him suspiciously. How do I know you aren't going to take my idea and claim it as your own? This made Izuku laugh. With all due respect, I don't need your invention ideas. I'm already set for life with my earnings. If it wasn't for my heroic drive, I would have given myself an early retirement. This eased Mei's worries and piqued her curiosity. Oh okay. Yeah. You can see my babies. She glanced back at Izuku, who had an excited look on his face. Go. We don't have much time before the end of this PRD, he urged. Mei's eyes widened. Oh yeah. We need to go now if we want to finish the invention by the end of the PRD. She grabbed Izuku's hand and dragged him into the support department. Unbeknownst to them, Momo, Mina, Ochako, Jairu, and Nezumi were just around the corner, having heard the entire conversation. Momo looked back at the group helplessly. I think we should give him some time off. We may have to accept another girl into the HRM as well. Mina nodded. Well, Aizu has that effect on people. But what about the explanation we wanted? Jairu asked. Mina replied, we can just get it when he goes back to class or the dorms. The girls nodded to each other and walked away, leaving Nezumi by herself. Interesting, very interesting. What will you do now, Izuku? She mused. We see Izuku and Mei working on an invention together in the support department. The invention resembled his ODM gears but was designed to be worn around the lower body. They had been working on it for about 10 minutes when Mei began to suspect Izuku's true identity. When he moved to the other side of the room to weld some pieces of metal together, she may have followed him. Mei thought, he's really good at working with power tools. She watched him use a laser cutter to shape a strip of iron. The way he uses his arms and hands. Izuku clamped down the semi-molten iron and started hammering it like a blacksmith. Mei noted, wait, what's he doing? That's not how you weld a piece of iron together. He then stopped hammering and plunged the metal into a bucket of water he had prepared. Okie dokie, that should be good for a replacement for my hero suit, Izuku said, lifting his creation out of the water and attaching the handle he had previously made. Yup, definitely a good replacement. He carefully placed the sword aside and turned, unknowingly walking toward Mei's hiding spot. Oh no, he's coming this way. Mei thought, frantically looking for an escape but accidentally knocking over a box of screws. This alerted Izuku, who approached the source of the noise. What the Mei? He said, surprised. Hi, she replied, her face turning bright red as she stumbled over her words. I was just, making sure you didn't hurt yourself or anything. He raised an eyebrow. Even a deaf person could tell that was a lie. She stammered. Izuku sighed. You know what? It doesn't matter. I'm used to it after 16 years of it. He rubbed the bridge of his nose, looking a bit like Aizawa. Auntie Sho was right. The kids here are problem children. But aren't you the same age as me? Mei asked. That's irrelevant. There was a brief silence before Mei broke it. Sue, wanna play a game? Izuku pondered for a moment before shrugging. Sure, why not? Okay, the game is that I ask you one question, then you ask me one question and we repeat, Mei explained. Huh, sounds like a cliché way of making two people fall in love, Izuku joked. Mei looked confused. What? Okay, I'll go first. What is your quirk? She asked. I can transform into a being that is either super tall or really tall. They have abilities, but I'm too tired to explain them all, Izuku replied. Oh, powerful. There are so many different things I can create to help you with that. Mei exclaimed. Yeah, it's pretty powerful. But my turn, he said, and she nodded, getting comfortable. Why the support department? He asked. Well, my quirk isn't really physically based, and I've loved mechanics for as long as I can remember, she admitted, rubbing the back of her head in embarrassment. Now that I say it aloud, it's kinda stupid. Not really. If it wasn't for my quirk, I would have become an inventor. Well, I already am one, but that's beside the point, Izuku said. Already an inventor? Mei asked, her eyes wide. Yeah, I'm the founder and leader of Jaeger Corporation, he declared, a smug look on his face. You think? Mei exclaimed, her jaw dropping in surprise. Scene change. Meanwhile, the girls were plotting something mischievous. I say we sneak into his room. Mina suggested. We cannot do that. It is utterly irresponsible and a total intrusion of private property. Lita protested. Chill out. It's not like we're gonna find something life-changing, Siro said. Did you guys feel that? Kaminari asked nervously. Feel what? Kirishima replied. And nothing, Kaminari stammered. Anyway, anyone else coming? Mina asked. In the end, everyone, including Tokoyami and Shoka, surprisingly decided to join in. As they approached Izuku's room, some were nervous, some excited, and others were trying to suppress their fear of what Izuku might do if he found out. Mina was the first to reach his dorm door. She cautiously reached for the metal handle, sweat forming on her forehead. Every instinct told her to stop and run, but she persisted. As her hand touched the cold metal, doubt crept in, and she hesitated to open the door. Stop describing things and open the door. Momo urged. Hey, I need to up my word count somehow, the narrator interjected. As she opened the door, she was greeted with the sight of a lot of pink. Mina, okay. Not what I was expecting. Ochako, he has Eri, remember? Mina, I knew that. I just didn't expect him to paint his whole room for her. Hagakure, well, I like it. Pink's a good color. The class then entered the room and started looking through all of his things. Lida, I, for one, am still very against going through Jaeger-sensei's stuff. Ochako, hey guys. I found something. They all surrounded her and saw a box with a lock. Tsu, what is that? Kaminari, it seems to be a box with a lock. Jairu looked at her with a sarcastic expression. Jairu, no, you think? Tsu rolled her eyes. Tsu, I meant what's in it? Mina gained a smirk on her face. Mina, oh, I don't know what it is, but I believe it will be great teasing material. Kirishima, well, we need the key for it anyway. Unless you want to break it? Momo, no, we can't do that, he'll suspect something. I'll create a key with my quirk. She was interrupted by the sound of sizzling and Mina cackling. Mina, keek, it doesn't matter. I've already opened it. Momo rolled her eyes, but they widened, as did everyone else's, when they saw its contents. CDs, lots and lots of CDs. They were arranged in genres such as rock, pop, metal, even country. The class was dumbfounded when they saw this. They wouldn't believe their eyes. The scariest person in the country, no, the world, had written a love song. Katsuki, excuse me, what? The glint in Mina's eyes increased as her grin widened. Mina, Momo, make a CD player. Momo saw the glint in her partner's eye and mirrored it. Momo, okay, only if I choose the first song. Mina, deal. A few minutes later, the class was in the common area with snacks and a CD player hooked up to the communal TV. Momo stood up and walked up to the box of CDs that Shoji kindly brought in. After a few seconds of looking, she found one that caught her eye. Momo, okay. I choose this one. Kirishima, which one? Momo blushed a little and read the title. Momo, it's called, obviously, and he wrote a little note. Hagakure, what does it say? Momo, embarrassed, replied, it says, to my little Kriati. Mina, teasingly, oh, little Miss Royal got a soft spot for a romantic fantasy? Momo, blushing profusely, maybe. Yes. Katsuki, just put it on already. Siro, yeah. We're waiting. Momo, grumbling, fine. She put the CD on as the rest of the class waited in anticipation. Guitar intro. Jairu, oh, so he can play the guitar? What else can he do? Recently I've been hopelessly reaching out for this girl who's out of this world, believe me. Momo, WL. His singing is alright. Mina, alright? Alright? He's amazing. Glad he's my boyfriend. The class looked at Momo with raised eyebrows as she tried to compute what he said. Momo, I don't know what he's saying. I've never had a boyfriend before him. Ochako, but so many nights now I find myself thinking about her. 'Cause obviously she's out of my league. Hagakure, whoa. That's pretty depressing. Kirishima, not very manly. Momo, Izuku. I gotta escape now, get on a plane now, yeah, off to Ellet. And that's where I'll stay for 2 years. Kaminari, is it just me? Or did he go through PBR to I? Again. The class nodded in agreement. I'll put it behind me, go to a place where she can't find me. Tsu, well, he has a great voice. Did you know he could sing like that, Izumi? Izumi, no, I never knew. Izumi, what else did you hide from me, big brother? 'Cause obviously she's out of my league. I'm wasting my time, 'cause she'll never be mine. Shoka, it may be depressing, but it's sorta catchy. Izumi, sure is. She's out of my hands and I never know where I stand. 'Cause I'm not good enough for her. Hagakure, okay, now that is depressing. 'Cause obviously she's out of my league. I'm wasting my time, 'cause she'll never be mine. As the song ended, the class was left in silence. Until Aizawa broke it. Aizawa, okay, problem children. Why did Izuku's song sound so depressing and where is he? The class looked at Aizawa in unison and saw not only him but the entire UA staff, including Nezumi. Lida, did he do something wrong, sensei? Nezumi, no, more like we found something to help him correct a wrong. But that can wait for now. She pulled out a cup of green tea from her back pocket and sipped it. Nezumi, I want to listen to more music. She clicked her fingers, and Present Mike shakily handed her a mobile phone. She typed a message and grinned. Nezumi, that should keep him occupied for now. Aizawa, okay, I've stopped caring. Teachers, R.I.P. Izuku. Just a warning, my musical taste isn't the greatest. It's very diverse. I listened to songs by Eminem to The Weeknd to Elton John. It didn't really help that I did music GCSE, which further complicated my musical preferences. I apologize in advance. Aizawa, sigh, what did, you know what, I don't care. Midnight, well I do. What did you do with Zuzu? Nezumi, cackling, simple. I just messaged him saying that he has an urgent mission to go to. It's about little Eri. Kirishima, whispering, yo, that ain't cool. Nezumi, cold, what was that, Miss Kirishima? Kirishima, scared, nothing. Nezumi, good. She then looked to the class cheerfully, a complete contrast to her previous attitude. Nezumi, alrighty then class. I want to listen to Izuku's music. So let's meet up in the main hall in about. Let's see. She looked at her furry wrist, which had nothing on it. Nezumi, 15 minutes. There was a silence for a second before the class broke out in cheers. Class, yes, principal. 10 minutes later. The class was waiting for Nezumi when Class 2B walked through the main hall entrance. There was silence before. Minoma/Katsumi, H? What are they doing here? It was at this moment that Nezumi decided to make her entrance. She loudly cleared her throat to gain everyone's attention. They immediately stopped shouting and looked at her nervously. Nezumi, be quiet. Class 2A/2B, Weiss. Nezumi then looked around and sighed. Nezumi, seems like your teachers aren't here. We shall wait for them before Esti. The door suddenly shot open, revealing Midnight, Present Mike, Aizawa, All Might, Inko, Gran Torino, and the rest of the UA staff. Midnight, we have a riv. She was cut off by an intense glare from Nezumi. Midnight, you know what, I'll be quiet. Nezumi's glare softened as she continued, albeit a little angrily. Nezumi, ahem. Now that everyone is here, let me explain what we are doing. She clicked her fingers, and everyone found themselves in a seat, even the teachers. Some were happy with the circumstances. Kirishima and Tetsu bumped into each other, both activating their quirks on instinct. After they regained their bearings, they looked at each other in confusion, then excitement. Kirishima, same quirk? Tetsu, same quirk. They both grinned while fist-bumping. Others, however, were not as pleased. Minoma and Katsumi bumped into each other and glared. Minoma/Katsumi, 2ABS/extra. They looked at each other with anger and determination. Minoma/Katsumi, H? What was that? Aizawa looked around and saw the two people she both hated and loved the most right next to her. Midnight and Mike. Mike Midnight, Aizawa, shut it. Mike/Midnight, okay. Nezumi looked upon the sea of people, children and adults, and cleared her throat for what felt like the umpteenth time. Everyone stopped their chatter and stared at her, partly in expectancy, partly in fear. She liked it like that. Nezumi, okie dokie. We have found something that little Izuku Yagi, also known as Reaper, has been hiding from us. Music. Apparently, in his spare time, he made some music, one of which was made for Miss Yaoyorozu, his girlfriend. So, with the help of Miss Shoji, we have brought them over here. She clicked her fingers once again, and a spotlight lit up, illuminating where the box of CDs stood. Nezumi, now. After further inspection, we have found out that he made many genres of it, ranging from heavy metal to country and even a prototype hero song. Everyone thought, he doesn't seem like the country type of guy. Nezumi, we have also found songs that have been made for certain people or after certain events. Be that a girlfriend or a birthday, anything. Isn't that exciting? Her excitement brought the exact opposite reaction that she expected. Instead of mirroring her enthusiasm, they seemed to shake in their places. She coughed to settle her emotions. Nezumi, any questions? Itsuka Kendo raised her hand. Nezumi, Miss Kendo. What is your question? Kendo, won't Jaeger-sensei find out we're doing this? Nezumi cracked her infamous grin. Nezumi, grinning, nope. I sent him on an important personal mission. So he won't be back for a few days. Plenty of time to listen and appreciate his music. Aizawa thought, I fear no man. But that thing. She warily looked at the crazily grinning Nezumi. Aizawa, it scares me. Kendo thanked Nezumi and sat back down. Nezumi, any more questions? There was a silence. Nezumi, great. Now, to decide who chooses a song, Mrs. Powerloader has made us a little randomized name picker. Now there won't be any dispute over who goes when. Everyone nodded, and Nezumi clicked her fingers once again, causing a screen to be projected on the wall, scrolling through names at a fast pace. After a good 10 seconds of continuous scrolling, it landed on a name. Hitoshi Shinso awkwardly stood up and walked up to Nezumi. Nezumi, yes. The first pick of the night. She rubbed her hands together and giggled. Go on, Miss Shinso. Shinso, quietly, She walked up to the stage and looked at the array of CDs to choose from. After a few seconds of searching, she picked one out of the case. Shinso, I choose this one. Nezumi, would you mind reading us the title and when it was made? Shinso, sure, it's called, I'm Yours, and it looks like it was made 6 years ago. Nezumi, perfect. Now if you could, please put it on. Shinso, sure. She walked over to the CD player that Momo had made earlier and inserted the CD. There was a moment of silence as Shinso sat down, and then a video appeared on the screen. It showed a 10-year-old boy with green hair and eyes, with 4 diamond-shaped freckles on each side of his face. Inko's eyes widened as she instantly recognized him. Inko, whispering Izuku. Apparently, she wasn't as quiet as she thought, as most people heard her and realized that this little boy had grown into the confident person they knew and loved. 10-year-old Izuku, hi everyone. If there even is anyone. I may not show these to anyone anyway, they are pretty lame. Anyway, this is a little song called, I'm Yours. I didn't really make it for anyone, but if you want to think it was for you, feel free to. Hee hee. He scratched the back of his head nervously. Anyways, enjoy the song. The screen cut to black as the song began to play. As the song played, Midnight and Mike exchanged surprised looks. Midnight, that's unexpected. Mike, sure is. The lyrics continued, and some girls in the audience blushed at the thought of Izuku being theirs, while others were still trying to figure out who this green-haired boy was. Shinso, loved her? You sure are interesting, Izuku Yagi. As the song concluded, the entire main hall erupted into cheers and whistles. Even Nezumi joined in. Nezumi checked her non-existent watch and announced, okay, I believe we have time for one last song. Spin the wheel. She snapped her fingers as the randomizer started again, landing on an older woman, Inko Yagi. She was surprised to be included but was happy nonetheless, as she got to choose one of her son's songs. Nezumi, Inko, you know what to do. Inko nodded and walked to the case, studying it before she found one that resonated with her. Nezumi, so, what have you chosen? Inko, it's one made for me. It's called Everybody Hurts, and he made it 3 years ago. Nezumi, would you like to put it on? She gestured toward the CD player, and Inko nodded again. As the CD booted up, an image of a 13-year-old boy with long brown hair appeared. 13-year-old Izuku, hey guys. It's Izuku again. If you didn't notice already, my hair is a different color and is straight. Hair dye and straighteners are wonderful things. He chuckled before getting back on topic. Well, this one I made for Izuku Yagi, also known as my mother. It's called Everybody Hurts, and it contains what I feel for her. Hope you enjoy. Everyone quieted as the song started. When your day is long, and the night is yours alone. When you're sure you've had enough of this life. Well, hang on. Mina, hold up. He can sing like that? Momo, apparently so. Don't let yourself go. Everybody cries. And everybody hurts. Inko's eyes filled with tears. Thank you, Izu. As the song continued, the audience joined in, singing along with heartfelt emotion. That's pretty impressive for a man. Kendo exclaimed, clearly amazed. Are you kidding me? That's incredible for someone with his vocal pitch, she added, her excitement palpable. The crowd cheered for the performance, even louder than before. Nezumi looked around, a bit overwhelmed. That was something, wasn't it? The hall echoed with agreement. All right, I guess it's time to leave. Nezumi said, but everyone groaned in response. Fine, one more. The hall erupted in cheers once again. Scene change. Izuku sprinted through the forest, his mind racing. How could I have been so stupid? I didn't even research his familial relationships. Rule 14, Izuku. Rule 14. The weight of his thoughts pressed down on him. The person he despised most had a surprising family of his own. Were you daughter of Overhaul? He muttered to himself. As he ran, he glanced at the photo Nezumi had sent him. The resemblance was striking. She looked just like her father. It angered him to see one of his offspring alive and well. After a while, he began to notice signs of civilization, footprints, scratches on trees, and ripped fabric. 10 minutes passed, and he found nothing larger than a glove, but it was enough for his plan. Since I got the jaw titan from my training in the woods and it's kind of animalistic in nature, does that mean I can use it like a bloodhound? He examined the leather glove in his hand. Meh, only one way to try. He drew one of his hidden knives and cut his hand, triggering his quirk. Yellow lightning crackled around him as his transformation began. Bones, muscle, and skin enveloped him, forming a towering creature. Okay, let's see if this works. The creature bent down and took a deep sniff of the glove. Nothing. Just as disappointment began to settle in, he felt a tugging sensation in his gut to his right. Oh yay! Something else to test out. He followed the pole, which led him to a medieval-style house. The only way this was built is if she is very strong and architecturally talented, or she has her father's quirk. I might be in trouble. As the beast approached on all fours, it heard sounds coming from inside, sounds of pain. She better not be doing what he did, or I swear. He emerged from his titan form and stomped to the front door, kicking it down. There, he found Kayla Chisaki, visibly distressed and Vigilante? To say Izuku was surprised was an understatement. Judging by the trail of water leading from one of the rooms, it seemed she was about to give B. Please. Help me, she gasped, collapsing. Izuku caught her just in time. I hate her father, but... He grimaced. A life is a life. I can't be a hero if I don't save this one. He carefully lifted her and placed her on the kitchen counter, clearing it of anything in the way. As he realized what he was about to do, he felt a blush creeping up. Keep it together, Izuku. This isn't the first time you've seen one of those. Just get it over with and leave. I can't kill a baby's mother. I'd be no better than Overhaul. Are you still awake? he asked. Why yeah, she replied, her voice strained. Do you think you can make it to a hospital? No. The baby's already here. She screamed in pain, gripping his hand tightly as blood seeped down her leg. She gotta do it here. Alright, remember the books you read. I didn't read any books on child BRH, only wound recovery. Gotta wing it. He removes her clothing on her lower area and spread her legs to try and see the baby better while he searched his pockets for any painkillers. He sighed in relief as he found some morphine. Izuku, this may help a bit but it will still hurt like hell. He quickly ripped a piece of his hero costume off and handed it to her free hand. Izuku, bite on this. It's gonna be painful. She shakily nods and places it in her mouth as she lets out a muffled scream. Izuku focuses as he took the cap off the syringe and gave her an apologetic look. Izuku, mutter, sorry about this. He injected her with the syringe and emptied its contents directly into her leg as she screamed again. She clenched her hand tighter as she pushed harder, making Izuku flinch in pain. Izuku, hell, this girl is stronger than All Might. As she stopped pushing, she looked at Izuku, silently asking a question. Izuku understood and reassured her baby was fine. Izuku, it's okay, just keep pushing. She nodded as she continued pushing and screaming. 2 hours later, blood pooled on the floor as screams could be heard. Most were female while some were grunts of pain that sounded more gruff and masculine. This of course was Izuku and Kayla. The former, sweating while guiding a baby into the world, and the latter, pale, sweating and screaming, giving BRH to said baby. As the final push was made, time seemed to stop for the both of them. They both looked at the newborn, who Izuku had instantly dressed in a green onesie. It was a boy and he had brown hair and green eyes, much like Izuku, but was unusually small. Like this but with green eyes, one Izuku, shocked, holy shit, another male. He looked up to Kayla who looked insanely tired. Too tired. And deathly pale. Izuku, oh shit. Izuku, Kayla. He rushed to her side, baby in arms, and checked for a pulse. There was one but it was faint. He worriedly looked up at her face and saw her smiling softly. Kayla, quietly, thank you. Izuku, frantically, for what? You're dying and you need to go to the hospital. She chuckled slightly before coughing. Kayla, sadly, I won't be able to make it there, it's too late for me now. 5 Izuku, no. Your baby needs a mother. Kayla, yes he does, but he also needs a father. Izuku, Kayla, promise me. Izuku, promise what? Kayla, pleadingly, that you'll look after him for me. Males aren't exactly treated that great, as I'm sure you're aware. Izuku, okay, I'll do that. But he needs a mother, god damn it. He frantically goes to pick her up, only to be gently stopped and pushed away. Kayla chuckles, stop it, it's about time I meet my father. Izuku, no. Kayla, hey. Reaper. Izuku looked directly into her eyes. Izuku, why ya? Kayla, teary, it's warm. And light. He hopelessly watched as the light left her eyes, leaving them dull and lifeless. Izuku, god damn it. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes as he felt anger and helplessness flood his body. Tears formed in his eyes as he slumped against the kitchen wall and slid to a sitting position. Izuku, quietly, god damn it. After a few minutes, he stopped his crying and looked down at the sleeping boy in his arms and realized something. Izuku, you don't have a name, do you? He thought for a moment. Izuku, how about Aaron? The name of a former friend of mine. The baby smiled in his sleep. Izuku, softly, Aaron it is. Aaron Yeager. Has a nice ring to it. 20 He wiped his eyes and stood up again. His eyes fell on Kayla's body and the peaceful look on her face. Izuku, what kind of person would I be if I don't respect your final wishes? He looks out of a window and sees a willow tree on a mini hill. Izuku smiled. Izuku, perfect. 2 hours later, Izuku placed the last bit of dirt down and plunged the shovel into the ground. He wiped his forehead while smiling. Izuku, they're all done. He looks down upon the grave that he had to make, not too shabby if he did say so himself. Izuku, I hope you rest in peace. 1525 words WHAA? 3 updates in a row? Is there some sort of witchcraft going on here? The answer, yes. Very much so. Caffeine is a very helpful drink. I twitches while eye bags continue to grow 5 anyway. That was my first time trying to do a solemn and deep chapter. I hope I didn't put any references in there. Oh yeah, also, there's a baby era now because I can say so. 1 anyways, see ya nerds. 1 Crescent Moon 69 chapter and due to some familial issues, all of my books are being discontinued. 2 I may carry them on in years to come but not in the next few. I'm sorry for the inconvenience and sadness I'm causing but this is something I have to move on with my life. 6 anyways, thanks nerds. Crescent Moon 69 43 chapter end, All Might / Titan, shouting, speaking, thoughts, telepathy, actions time skip 1 It had been a day since they had found out that Izuku made music and some people are still trying to comprehend how he did it without anyone knowing. While some were doing that, others were wanting to listen to more music, one of which being the almighty rat Satan, Nezumi. She was still trying to read Izuku but it posed more of a challenge than she thought. But Nezumi, being the animal she is, relished the challenge. So much so, that she had to investigate further. So, what a better cover-up than a day of Izuku's music? She was especially intrigued by his emotional stability. Going from cold and sadistic to happy and jolly wasn't a normal occurrence. Nezumi sighed as she went to sip her tea, only to realize she had run out. She jumped off her giant rat throne onto her tiny legs and waddled to the teapot on the counter. Nezumi, now would be a good time for music. She looked at the clock on her wall and smiled. Nezumi, and it's halfway through Aizawa's lesson. Perfect timing. She then skipped her way over to the PA intercom and cleared her throat. Nezumi, PA, all classes are cancelled for the rest of the day. In place of these lessons, we are going to listen to more of Izuku's music. Everyone cheered except for Aizawa, who slipped into her sleeping bag and sipped her juice box. Nezumi, even you, Aizawa? Aizawa thought, how did she know? She stopped her thoughts and looked at the coffee flask that Nezumi got her for her birthday a few years back. Aizawa, cameras. She looked down her sleeping bag, paranoia beginning to seep in. Aizawa, microphones. She stood up and looked down at the river outside. Aizawa, she's putting something in the water. 20 minutes later. Everyone was sitting where they were yesterday, Kirishima and Tetsu complimenting each other's womanliness, Minoma and Katsuki glaring at each other, and Aizawa wishing to disappear while ignoring Midnight and Mike. Nezumi walked up to the stage, her grin bright. Nezumi, hello everyone. Today we'll be doing the same as yesterday evening. We'll be using the same randomizer as well. Any questions? No one answered. Nezumi, okay then. Let's see who's going to get chosen now. She clicked her fingers, and the familiar sight of names began to scroll. After a few seconds, it stopped on a name, Pony Tsunatori. Pony, yay! She walked up to the crate and looked for a second before turning back to Nezumi. Pony, can I choose too? Nezumi, yes, I don't see why not. Pony, yay! I choose these two. Her hand immediately shot to the country section and picked 2 out. Pony, one's called 99 Bottles and the other one is called, How Do You Like Me Now? Nezumi, play 99 Bottles. Pony nodded as she put in the CD, instantly showing a 15-year-old Izuku. 15 years old Izuku, hey guys. Some info about this song before it starts. I made it while I was celebrating after completing a mission, so don't judge what I sound like, okay? I sound like a cowboy when I'm celebrating apparently. Anyway, on with the song. On a day hot enough to make anyone sweat, I walked into a bar so thirsty I was spitting dust. Barkeep asked me what it'll be? I said, what cha got? Everyone. Katsuki, what? The nerd is a cowboy now? Momo, blushing, it would seem so. The barkeep grinned and said, we got Lone Star, PBR. Rolling Rock, Shiner Bach, Moose Drool, Udals, Hefeweizen, Ziegenbach, Keystone, Coors Light, of course. We got Red Stripe, Amstel, Amsterdam in the tall can. Michelob, Miller Lite, Guinness by the pint glass, Doppelbock Lager, take a swallow, 'cause it's going fast, oatmeal stout and a lot of Leinenkugels. Open up your wallet, no time to be frugal, there's 99 bottles of beer on the wall, 99 bottles of beer. Take one down, pass it around, 98 bottles of beer on the wall. Kendo, I like how he took an old children's song and created a country one out of it. Lita, precisely what I was going to say. Everyone, sooooo. Guitar solo intensifies. Jiru, so he can play the guitar well. I wonder what else he can do. She felt herself blush as thoughts filled her mind. Well, needless to say, I was pretty impressed as he handed me an ice-cold drink from a chest. I said, not bad for a hole in the wall. The barkeep grinned and said, that ain't all, we got Rio Grande, River Rock, Tecate with a twist top, Dos Perros, Dos Equis, Foster if you're Aussie, Bud Light in the new Zane Williams koozie, a dozen wheat beers on tap if you're choosy, got Heineken, Killian's, Labatt's and Beck's, ice-cold Corona with the limes in the necks, Yangling chilling with the old Milwaukee's best, Sam Adams and that ain't even half of the rest of them. 98 bottles of beer on the wall, 98 bottles of beer, take one down, pass it around, 97 bottles of beer on the wall. Guitar solo intensifies further. Inko, how does he know so many different drinks? Well, I settled down with my favorite brew, ordered another, and before I knew it, it was 2 a.m. and I was under a table. Everyone, interesting. Finally, I was able to throw him through the screen door, pick up my hat off the hardwood floor, and get back to the barkeep's daughter who was putting Pop a Top on the jukebox, dancing nonstop and sipping on a drink that I bought her. We were drinking it like it was water. There were cowgirls everywhere wearing their pretty hair down, and there were 2 more bottles of beer on the wall, 2 more bottles of beer. Took one down and passed it around, 1 more bottle of beer on the wall. 1 more bottle of beer on the wall, 1 more bottle of beer. We raised it up high and drained it dry. And there were no more bottles of beer on the wall. Inko sighed in relief, thank goodness my baby doesn't drink anymore. The group then moved on to various drinks, including Cuervo, Bacardi Gold, margaritas, straight tequila, and Jim Beam. Inko remarked, I had to jinx it. Lita interjected, more alcohol? That is simply inappropriate and unac, but was quickly drowned out by the chorus of voices, shut up, Lita. As the night progressed, the atmosphere was lively with drinks like cider sliders and Dr. Pepper for the designated drivers. The crowd sang along, 99 bottles of beer on the wall. Just as Nezumi changed the CD to, How Do You Like Me Now? Izuku stood up, saying, just a short one this time, this one is for those who believed I couldn't become a hero. Hope you enjoy. The crowd listened as the song began, and the lyrics resonated with many. The girls blushed, imagining being the one Izuku had written about, while Katsumi fumed quietly. Stupid Deku, telling everyone what you wrote me. Ochako commented, wow, Aiza had it rough. Relationship-wise. Hagakure nodded in agreement. As the song continued, Nezumi observed, interesting. It seems he'll always hold a grudge against anyone who thinks differently from him. And it seems there are many on his grudge list. You truly are an intricate specimen, Izuku Yagi. The lyrics painted a picture of heartache and resilience, and the crowd felt the weight of the emotions. Dark auras surrounded 4 individuals, prompting others to edge away. Mina remarked, serves her right. Momo added, no one hurts Zuzu. As the song reached its CLMX, the crowd erupted in cheers, impressed by Izuku's performance. Nezumi clapped her hands to regain everyone's attention, her signature grin in place. Aizawa muttered, I don't care what you say, she's still scary. Nezumi announced, now then everyone. We have time for one last song before lunch. The crowd cheered, yeah. Everyone join in this time. Nezumi encouraged. The randomizer spun and landed on Toshinori Yagi. All Might's heart raced, he was the #1 hero, but he feared what his son might have to say about him. He approached the CD case, hesitating before selecting one. Nezumi, I have chosen this one, he said. What is it called? She asked. It's called The Black Parade, and it was made 5 weeks ago. Okay, put it in now, Nezumi instructed. As the song began, the crowd was met with a different side of Izuku. Alright, let's get this over with. This one is for my father, Toshinori Yagi, also known as All Might. Use that information as you want, I don't care. Just listen to the song. The crowd listened intently as a slow piano melody filled the hall. Kirishima remarked, "That's pretty sad." Tetsutetsu added, "Not womanly." Kirishima responded, "No, not at all." The lyrics told a poignant story of struggle and hope, resonating deeply with everyone present. Teary-eyed. I said that. He recalled the memories of when Izuku was just 3 years old, perched on his shoulders, cheering as the parade passed by. When I was a young boy, my father took me into the city to see a marching band. He said, "Son, when you grow up, would you be the savior of the broken, the beaten, and the demed?" Crying at my boy. My poor boy. What did I do to you? Sometimes I get the feeling she's watching over me, and other times I feel like I should go. Through it all, the rise and fall, the bodies in the streets. And when you're gone, we want you all to know we'll carry on. Gran Torino, surprised, is he talking about them, Nana? So paint it black and take it back, let's shout it loud and clear. Defiant to the end, we hear the call. We'll carry on, and though you're gone, believe me, your memory will carry on. Depressed, he really hates me. Doesn't he? Do or die, you'll never make me because the world will never take my heart. Go and try, you'll never break me. We want it all, we want to play this part. I won't explain or say I'm sorry. I'm unashamed, I'm gonna show my scars. Inko, Aizu. What happened to you? Nezumi, I see. It seems that after all of the physical and emotional challenges, he's developed a kind of insecurity. You learn something new every day. We'll carry on, and though you're broken and defeated, your weary widow marches on. There was a silence. Before a cheer. Everybody, cheering, double. We see Izuku sitting atop a hill, eyes closed, with little baby Eren sleeping soundly in his arms. Izuku sighed and looked down at the brown-haired baby. He chuckled softly at the peaceful look on Eren's face. Izuku, I envy you. Innocent to the world and its misdeeds. The mistreatment of minorities, starvation, war, discrimination. It's not gonna be easy for you out here. He wiped a stray hair from the baby's face. Izuku, but I made a promise. And I will fulfill it. He stood up and slowly walked down the hill. Izuku, I'll look after you until my last breath, and I will make sure, quirkless or not, I will love you unconditionally. As he reached the bottom of the hill and entered the forest, walking towards Mizudafu, he vowed, I will train you, and you will become the greatest hero of all time. And if anyone tries to hurt you. A dark aura surrounded him. They'll have hell to pay. Time skip. Izuku arrived in Mizudafu and realized something important. He had nothing to care for baby Eren with. No crib, no diapers, no toys, nothing. He could ask Momo to create them, but that wouldn't feel right. Izuku, I should probably buy all of those things. He scratched his chin with one hand while holding Eren with the other. But how am I going to transport all of those things? As he walked into town, lost in thought, he failed to notice 2 women sneaking up behind him. Woman 1. Whispering, would you look at this? 2 males. The baby will sell for a good amount of money while the adult. Woman 2. Whispering, don't forget me, I'm going to use him as well. Woman 1. Irritated, fine. Just don't make a scene. They waited until an alley came up on their left and managed to drag him into it. Woman 1. Yes. I can't wait much longer. Woman 2. Me and you both. While the 2 were celebrating, Izuku was having a mental crisis. Izuku thought, how did they sneak up on me? I'm feared across the country. I've trained my senses to their peak. I have a baby in my arms. I should be in full protective mode. What is happening? The women looked at his dumbstruck expression with mischievous smiles. Woman 2, smirking, don't worry honey, it'll be over soon. Woman 1, smirking, You may even enjoy it. Izuku snapped out of his stupor just in time to see one of the women reach out to grab Eren. Izuku thought, no way. He suddenly felt a massive surge of power take over him, filled with one objective: protect Eren. He grabbed the woman's arm and threw her into the wall. Izuku growled, "Don't touch my child." He then raised his arm, surrounded by a white mist, and waved it, creating a crib out of his crystals. He silently placed the sleeping Eren in it and turned back to the women, a fierce aura radiating off him. Izuku stated, "I'll give you two choices. 1. You hand yourselves in peacefully and admit what you just did. Or 2. We fight, and you probably won't make it out." Woman 1 replied defiantly, "Like hell I'll hand myself in." Her skin transformed into a crystal-like substance as she charged at him. The other woman watched, waiting to see what would happen. The first woman raised an arm and tried to punch his face, but he blocked it with another crystallized arm. She was surprised when he knocked her arm aside and kneed her in the gut, winding her. She looked up at him, only to be met with a questioning gaze. Izuku asked, "What's your mother's name? You might be one of my many secret love children." Woman 1 responded, "What the foo dash?" Izuku interrupted, "Actually, scratch that. If you were my child, you wouldn't have given up after one blow." Woman 1 shouted, "Forget you." She then formed dagger-sized spikes from her crystal body and threw them at him. He caught them all and tossed them aside. Deciding it was time to attack, he ran toward the diamond woman and attempted to kick her in the gut. She blocked it and tried to counter with a punch, but he hardly felt it. Izuku smirked as he blocked a kick from her, enjoying the fight. He thought, if she impresses me, I might just hand her in with a light beating. He caught another punch and returned a kick of his own, only to miss. His thoughts were interrupted when both women suddenly appeared near Eren. Izuku noted, maybe a teleportation quirk or an invisibility quirk. Interesting. He sped over to them and slammed them into a wall. "Alright, that's enough. I'm handing you in." He rummaged through his bag for some spare quirk-canceling cuffs. As he did, the women attempted to escape again. Izuku looked up and groaned before grabbing Eren and transforming into the Jaw Titan. As he transformed, Eren was encapsulated with him, still asleep and with air holes for breathing. Once the transformation was complete, the Titan grabbed the two women and held them in its clawed hands, raising them to its open mouth. Woman 1 pleaded, "No, please. I don't want to die." Woman 2 cried, "Have mercy." The Titan closed its mouth, and the women breathed a sigh of relief. The Titan then looked around at the crowd and spoke, "Any parents may want to cover their children's eyes." It turned back to the women and swallowed them whole, much to the crowd's dismay. A random person shouted, "What was that for? They could be redeemed." Another added, Rehabilitation. Ever heard of that?" The crowd fell silent when they saw two figures emerge from the Titan's steamy nape. These figures were Izuku and Eren. Izuku reassured the crowd, "Calm down, my Titan body doesn't have a digestive system, they're just in a dark place for now." He looked over the crowd, but all he saw were stares of longing. Grimacing, he tightened his hold on the sleeping Eren. He glanced at the Titan's steaming carcass, revealing two unconscious women. After a few minutes, the police arrived, and he showed them his license. The officer examined it skeptically before smiling. You stopped the villains, and you have a quirk. Get out of here before I can't control myself," she winked at him, making him uncomfortable. He chuckled nervously and nodded. "Why yeah, okay." Izuku then ran back into an alleyway, jumping off the walls onto the roof and roof jumping far away from the scene. He thought, that officer must be related to Aunt Nemuri or something. While jumping, he looked down at the still sleeping Eren and remembered why he was in Mizudafu in the first place. Right? Baby stuff. He jumped down into a random alley and casually walked out into the street, ignoring the curious looks from the women around him. He was internally debating how to carry everything. He glanced at his hero license and noticed some text on the back. Upon closer inspection, it read that he could rent vehicles, buy alcohol, fight crime legally, and get discounts at stores. His eyes gleamed as he read the second one, but he suppressed the urge to go on a shopping spree. His first priority was Aaron's baby items. He looked up baby store on Google Maps and followed the directions to a store called Toys for Tots. He smiled and walked inside, checking his list on his phone. Buggy, nappies, spare clothes, baby carrier, car seat, cute boots, baby toys, pacifiers, sippy cups, plates and bowls, baby food, milk formula. He grabbed a basket and scoured the store for what he needed. He found most of the items, except for the car seat, but he wasn't planning on driving soon. He may be able to rent a vehicle, but he didn't want to endanger anyone. He also found a cute red scarf that he thought looked good on him. Looking at his watch, he decided it was time for some coffee, a habit he had picked up from his Aunt Shota. Fortunately, there was a cat cafe just around the corner. He looped his shopping bags around the handles of the buggy and walked toward the cafe, eager for his coffee fix. As he looked into the mirror, he saw a cat and a kitten staring back at him, both brown, the adult with green eyes and the kitten with brown eyes. Izuku chuckled, reminded of himself and Aaron. Upon entering the cafe, he was greeted by the heavenly aroma wafting from the kitchen. His mouth watered at the thought of the glorious drink. He snapped back to reality and approached the counter. The woman behind the counter looked up and warmly smiled at him before asking for his order. "May I have a black coffee and, if possible, a small cup of very weak coffee for the baby?" he requested, pointing at Aaron, who was sticking his thumb while looking at her. The woman giggled and accepted his order, telling him he could sit wherever he wanted. He thanked her and chose a table at the back of the room, preferring to avoid being in the spotlight. As he sat playing with a giggling Aaron, the cafe door opened, and he looked up to see a figure walk in. His heart sank as he recognized it was a robber. "Can't have a day off, can I?" he muttered. The villain approached the counter, raising a bladed arm toward the woman. Izuku rolled his eyes and flicked his hand, sending crystal shards to encapsulate the woman up to her neck, rendering her immobile. The criminal looked over, shocked, but paled when he realized who had intervened. Rumors about a male with a quirk known as the Reaper had circulated in the underground. "You've tried robbing a store using your quirk, which is illegal," Izuku said, walking up to the villain with Aaron in one arm and his hero license in the other. "But since your arm hasn't transformed back, I guess it's a mutation quirk. Just try to do something better with your life, like helping out at the cafe." The criminal nodded, still in shock. Izuku retracted his crystals and added, "Now, don't misunderstand, I'm just being lenient because I'm tired and my coffee hasn't arrived yet." He turned to the woman behind the counter, who was holding 2 coffees. "Thank you," he said as she told him it was on the house. He sat back down and poured some of the weak coffee into a baby bottle, feeding it to Aaron, who eagerly gulped it down. He chuckled and stared out the window, until he spotted a familiar face walking by. "Isn't school on today? Why is Mikasa skipping school?" Nezumi grinned as she looked down at her phone, noting that Izuku had taken down 2 villains while holding a child. Quite an impressive feat, but it wasn't the time for that now. She wanted to annoy Aizawa and the other teachers more. What better way to do it than with Izuku's music? Clearing her throat, she pressed the button on the P. "All lessons are cancelled again. It is time once again for Izuku's music. Meet in the main hall." Nezumi laid back in her chair, hands behind her head, listening to the chaos that unfolded around her. Students cheered, teachers groaned, and Aizawa shouted something about frogs again. After a few minutes, Nezumi decided it was time to head to the main hall. This time, she would use the vent instead of the secret passageways and windows she had used before. As she neared the vent's exit, she heard the hustle and bustle of students arguing and teachers talking. She chuckled and hopped out of the vent, landing right on top of the CD case. The students groaned at her, already accustomed to her entrances. She pouted and folded her arms. "You lot are no fun anymore," Nezumi exclaimed. She then summoned a remote and pressed the big red button, turning on the whiteboard and bringing up the random name chooser. With a Cheshire grin on her face, she looked back at her students, making some of them shiver. "That's the reaction I want." Clapping her paws together in excitement, she asked, "Any questions before we begin?" The students remained quiet, eager to listen to more music. "Well then, let's see who's picking." She pressed the randomizer button she had made for this occasion, letting it roll for a few seconds before landing on a name. Ibara Shiozaki, she called. The girl stood up and walked to Nezumi with a prayer sign. You may choose one. Shiozaki nodded and approached the case. After a moment, she pulled out a CD and turned to Nezumi. It's called Devil's Price, she said. Nezumi nodded and motioned for her to put it in the CD player. Shiozaki did so and returned to her seat. Everyone looked up at the screen as a teen Izuku appeared. Yeah, shorter one this time because I don't really know what to say here. It's about my anger and temptation, I guess? I don't know, just listen to the music. The students chuckled at the exasperation in Izuku's voice, while one student silently agreed with him. Guitar intro. Everyone was impressed with his guitar skills, and one punk rock girl blushed, recalling her thoughts from the last time she heard him play. The lyrics began, and Momo exclaimed, "He's country again. How many country songs does he make?" Izuku sang, "I know you're angry right now, but the feelin' will pass. So keep your cup tipped up when you're feelin' down low, and when you finally forget your purpose, you'll be stumblin' on down my side of the road." Kaminari remarked, "Why am I getting depressed vibes from this?" Kirishima nodded in agreement. "Same, Dudette." Tsuyu commented, "That's not ominous at all." As the song continued, Nezumi reflected on Izuku's internal struggles, noting the use of a devil as a metaphor for his challenges. Meanwhile, Shiozaki was fuming at the lyrics, thinking, how dare he say such things? The song progressed, and the students listened intently, some flinching at lines they felt were directed at them. Mike, impressed, said, "Whoa, the little nephew's guitar playing is fantastic." Aizawa and Namuri exchanged surprised glances. "What?" Mike asked, noticing their looks. "When did you get smart?" Aizawa replied. Mike sheepishly grinned. "Sorry, I was talking about music." As the song neared its end, the class listened in wonder as Izuku's playing gradually sped up, impressing even Nezumi. They all cheered at the conclusion, while Jiro was practically bubbling with excitement. Momo noticed and smirked slightly to herself. She leaned over the chair in front of her, where Jiro was sitting. "Momo, having fun there?" Jiro nearly jumped at hearing Momo's voice and covered her face with her hands. "Jiro, essa shut it. He's just good at the guitar." Momo giggled and hummed. "Momo, yeah, quite good with his hands, isn't he?" Jiro, Momo, I'm kidding. I'm kidding." The two chuckled quietly together as Nezumi pressed the button once more. Much to the rodent's surprise, a student wasn't picked. Principal Nezumi looked shocked for a moment and glanced at Power Loader, who shrugged and gestured for her to pick a song. Nezumi, "Okay then, I'll go have a look, shall I?" She scanned the CD case, many titles piquing her interest, but she had to choose the one that offered the most potential for blackmail. Nezumi, counting stars, circles, teenagers, bad day? They all seem good choices, but I need the best. She browsed until she found one that seemed worthy. Nezumi, feeling good. Seems intriguing. She walked over to the CD player, placed it in, and returned to her podium. To her pleasure, there wasn't a pre-music opening. It went straight to the song. She chuckled as she sipped tea from her cup. Birds flying high, you know how I feel. Sun in the sky, you know how I feel. Breeze drifting on by, you know how I feel. Tokoyami, well, I think it's safe to say we know how he feels. Everyone who heard that chuckled nervously. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me, and I'm feeling good. Lita, oh my, this is my kind of music. Ojiro looked at her, confused. Ojiro, you like orchestral music? Lita looked semi-offended. Lita, of course I do. Why wouldn't I? Ojiro, you look more like a follower of Christian rap. Lita, hey dash, she then gave up and began to sob quietly. Fish in the sea, you know how I feel. River running free, you know how I feel. Blossom on a tree, you know how I feel. Nezumi thought, seems like he felt trapped in his position and strived for freedom, so when he did get his freedom, he felt, well, really good. Interesting. Dragonfly out in the sun, you know what I mean. Butterflies all having fun, you know what I mean. Sleep in peace when day is done, that's what I mean. And this old world is a new world and a bold world for me. Even after hearing his songs multiple times, the students and teachers were still astonished at how much control he had over his voice and how great he was at playing and composing. One person in particular was impressed beyond belief. Inko thought, "My baby boy, how much you've grown. Stars when you shine, you know how I feel. Scent of the pine, you know how I feel. Oh, freedom is mine, and I know how I feel." Everyone felt a shiver go down their spine at the emotion in his voice. It's a new dawn, it's a new day, it's a new life for me. As the song ended, the crowd erupted into cheers and applause for their new favorite song. Nezumi thought, that's plenty of blackmail for now. Wonder what he's doing. She pressed the button nonchalantly. Kyokujiro looked up in surprise and expectation. She walked straight to the CD case and one caught her eye, mostly because it had her face on it. "Jiro, what?" She picked it up and turned to Nezumi. "Jiro, this one it's called We Are Extraterrestrial, and apparently, I sung this one." Nezumi's eyes gleamed with excitement. "Nezumi, well, don't keep us in suspense, put it on." Jiro nodded and put on the CD, then sat back down. Immediately, another Izuku appeared on the screen, more like the one they knew. "Izuku, hey anyone who's watching. This one's a surprise for one of my girlfriends. I overheard her singing in her dorm, so I may have recorded her singing and did the instrumentals to it. I also made a CD cover for it, so look forward to that. Anyway, here's the song." The recording of Izuku disappeared and was replaced with a picture of two people. On the right, Jiro with makeup looking appealing and elegant, and on the left, Izuku dressed up with a goofy smile. "Jiro, huh?" Everyone broke out in laughter, some commenting on how appealing Jiro looked in the picture. Epic sax intro. "You're so hypnotizing. Could you be the devil? Could you be an angel? Your touch, magnetizing. Feels like I am floating. Leaves my body glowing." Everyone looked at the purple-haired girl with a smug expression. She groaned in embarrassment and hid her face. "They say be afraid. You're not like the others. Futuristic lover, different DNA. They don't understand you. You're from a whole nother world, a different dimension. You open my eyes and I'm ready to go. Let me into the light. Momo, shut it, Jiro. Kiss me, Kiki, kiss me. Infect me with your lovin'. Fill me with your poison. Take me, take me. Wanna be your victim. Ready for abduction. Boy, you're an alien. Your touch, so foreign. It's supernatural. Extraterrestrial." Everybody looked over at the girl once again, who had now passed out due to embarrassment. "Mina, it's a shame, I was going to compliment her on her singing. Even if it is a bit suggestive. You're so supersonic. Wanna feel your powers? Stun me with your laser. Your kiss is cosmic. Every move is magic. You're from a whole nother world, a different dimension. You open my eyes and I'm ready to go. Let me into the light." Kaminari, gotta admit, even though the lyrics and the music are total opposites in genre, Izuku made it work. What can't that man do? Siro, breathe in space. Probably. Shoka overheard their conversation and furiously scribbled in a notebook that had appeared out of nowhere, titled, Plausible Theories to Investigate. "Kiss me, Kiki, kiss me. Infect me with your lovin'. Fill me with your poison. Take me, take me. Wanna be your victim. Ready for abduction. Boy, you're an alien. Your touch, so foreign. It's supernatural. Extraterrestrial." Jiro had woken up again, only to look up and see an abundance of curious faces staring at her. It was safe to say that she passed out again. "Boy, you're an alien. Your touch, so foreign. It's supernatural. Extraterrestrial."